we're going to get Laura in for the afternoon.
Yes, I'll take 6.
Yeah. So really we want her here for 3. Actually, would it not be good to have her here before the session starts, so after the short film she turns up at about 2:45? While the short film's going on, she can creep around the back. Yeah? Because then we've got his bit.
I've already saved the page.
I know she'll be hanging around for like 40 minutes, but just in case, because we don't know, we might be in front of ourselves, you know what I mean, and they might do the Q&A quick sooner than we think, so it's better that she's here.
She arrives 2:45.
Yeah. Yeah, when they start showing the film. And then she'll be done once, as soon as the Q&A is done, so she should hopefully be back, because obviously she'll have to go back. She should be back for questions, so hopefully she'll be back for Susie about 4:15. Just thinking if it overruns slightly, so 4:15 Susie should. And who they get? No, it's fine. Is the stick still in Lisa? Well, she'll have to kind of, if she can, as long as we've got a handheld at the back here for her ready, then it's put the questions over to the floor and she can just sort of walk halfway down the stairs, and then she's in between them, so, and they can actually see that she's there with the mic, so that will encourage them to use it hopefully. I think that's going to be interesting now, especially for the Skype. I mean, the other thing we might have to say is that if there's a Q&A with people, that obviously it's different for Skype because they will have to speak into the microphone to hear them. But for here, if they don't want to talk into the microphone, that they have to repeat the question so that we've got it. I mean, it makes sense.
Walking like
To be honest, we think
house walk through the hall
preference
straight.
because that wouldn't seem to start getting involved in the right. Yeah, just make sure you and Matt have got your copy of this so you know when the breaks are coming up as
Yeah,
well.
it's in my rucksack. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just trying to sort out the strobing. It's going down the front. It's too stationary. You won't see it for a few seconds. In fact, you'll probably come back before.
There he is now. Oh, it's a 30-second buffer anyway.
Yeah. That's coming on
Oh,
YouTube.
it's okay. Yeah.
It's just Wowser. It's not showing like that on Wowser, but on YouTube it's fine.
Yeah.
Which is strange. The Wowser previews.
So it's showing it's staggered. It's
The
going.
Wowser preview, that's when it was staggering. But
On
on
here.
YouTube, this is live.
I suppose that's the main thing. Is that
Yeah.
it looks okay.
It's
on there.
fine.
Maybe that's just an interim thing.
Good, Matt. You catch yourself on screen.
I was just about to give you a thumbs up. I thought you were still down there. I forgot about the old conference. What's your
No, it's funny. It's Jacob Wowser, but it's still on YouTube. Well, it's fine. It's a bit weird though. If you want to preview, it's not.
Is
It's
that
a preview.
like
It's not really
in
conference.
interim thing that it's just? I mean, is it done
I'm not
that
sure.
before?
Not really. No. Well, it did a little bit yesterday, but not much. Like every minute or every few minutes.
That it's not doing
something
it
like
on
that.
YouTube.
Well, that's the thing. Have you tested that sound? Or are we waiting for it to?
We've tuned it in, so I'm pretty sure it'll be okay.
So the only thing I haven't checked at the moment are the mics. That's what we've got sound.
What we'll do, just plug the boundaries in, just double check them. I mean, to be honest, we're going to do it.
Well, we can do that, I suppose.
It's just how they reposition those tables. I mean, what I'm going to have to do do during that last coffee break is move my camera over more to the left. So I can, because they are going to have the especially if they're going to have the tables that angle. It's probably okay for you.
Because it's angled that way, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm going to get kind of more profile of where I am, so if I bring myself over to the left a bit more.
It doesn't make sense that way, the angle.
I don't know, because the thing is the porters came in, they must have come in the morning yesterday to set that up, because
It's further over that way, actually.
I think the porters had set it up a certain way, because that lecturer was saying that they completely rearranged the tables, which was nice of them.
Yeah.
The porters.
James pushed them that way a bit as well.
Yeah.
So.
Please don't make them
That's all I know.
Ask them to be careful with the lighting because we're
Like
filming it.
automatic.
Go to automatic. Oh, is he changing the dimming?
He's dimming it, yeah.
Ooh.
Obviously when they're showing the PowerPoints and the things.
What's it dim it?
I mean, luckily we've got the PowerPoints to cut in, so.
Yeah, but can we find if he wants it streaming so you can actually see the audience and the speaker? Find a happy medium, if you know what I mean.
Hi Alice, do you know how this clicker works?
Oh, there's the dongle in one of the end of the clicker. There should be a little USB
Just send an email.
dongle that plugs into the PC.
Over.
Yeah, that goes into the PC and then there's sort of fresh batteries in, so that should last.
With the wrath of Alice.
Great. But you're not.
That's probably bearable, Alice.
Is that okay for your camera?
Yeah. Yeah, I can open up as well. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Without any noise.
Okay. You haven't got gain on?
No, I haven't, no. No.
You're happy with that?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. If it doesn't go any darker, sort of thing.
Yeah. Luke, will this be the sort of lighting you want for presentations for everything?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. That's what we were just worried about. That it's okay for our cameras because they're going to be edited. It's the streaming camera, but no.
Well, yeah.
This is
that
okay.
That is an issue because there's not really any light on the front, is there? Is what you mean. So
I mean, that's generally, that's on a pretty wide shot anyway, so it's not too bad for streaming.
Right.
I'm actually going to find this quite interesting.
So I know you've got.
Yeah, my son's got Asperger's. My stepson. So I probably will. If it's to do with
I mean,
that
James
side of
did
things.
that was too much. And then you've got that.
Oh, it's a bit light.
And that's better. I can tell James if we need it for the cameras.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an issue really for our cameras, because like I said, they're going to be edited anyway, so you can lift it a bit in post, but
I think this is better.
for the streaming camera anyway.
Anyway, I'm in charge of the light. So natural focus.
Excellent.
Do you want to check that other mic?
Yeah,
And I'll stop
I'll do it
transmitting.
now. I was going to wait till Stephen gets in, but I'll do it.
You might not be here dead on half 8 anyway, Nicky, because he's got to wait for Ben.
Right, I'm transmitting.
Hello. Testing. What level should we be searching?
Go on then.
Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Definitely getting it. Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10.
So that's the one we just tuned in.
Yeah.
Make sure we keep all 4 on, just to be sure.
It's clear.
Nicky, if you want, might have some good one of our friends from your mic.
I have to actually. It's really bad.
Just a bit of handling noise there.
Is that louder than the other?
Well, Steve tested it yesterday. It's the sensitivity. Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just if they knock it.
Yeah, just don't touch the mic.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Good.
So do you want to
I'll just swap the
do
clip.
handhelds where are they at the back?
Yeah.
I'll grab those and then we'll take on.
This has just dropped out.
Oh no.
Just there,
Oh gosh.
we could still try her on Skype, couldn't we?
We could, it would be, might have a bit more time maybe to do a quick test and get a connection with her during the lunch break.
Or even, yes.
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's all four switched on.
I switched on. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Or we might have to change the sensitivity on that one maybe. Just keep that one out, Nikki, just so we know, because that one is
What, the lecture room?
quite a lot. Yeah, just, sorry, 2 seconds while you're there. I'm just going to...
It's minus 20 at the minute. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's better, isn't it?
Hi.
Hi. The first to arrive. How you doing?
I can see that it's you.
How are you?
Actually, I wouldn't be in this context.
Well done. Well done.
So, you got your group?
Yes, I've got my group.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's not you, it's out. Well,
11, 12, 13, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
James will change but anyway, we're up to that. We're all set.
Brilliant. Okay, well, that's great. And so,
Do you want to bring your guys in here? We can just talk about sound.
Sure, yes. I will do that.
If you want to feed, you have to really, unless you feed it to our radio signal, which we're sending down, you'd have to plug into the back. And our railways guy who runs that
Right.
will be here, in the back, popping out and
Right, okay, perfect. Right, well, I'll get Tim on.
So it's going to rain.
Right.
No, I know.
get the sound all right.
Yeah. Yes. Did you get my email? We're only going to be here till lunchtime.
Right. We're going to be here for
We can't do anything about it. What happens, but there are people running around to watch and
Yeah.
so that'll be a chance for us to chat.
Exactly.
And just to chat. Oh, thank you.
There's not that much it's just, I mean, it's just all good.
And so, in the first bit, are you expecting that people will ask lots of questions? Ordinary people will ask questions?
Well, you got the schedule.
Yes.
I'm on 3.5, Alice.
It says questions, that's ordinary people.
We're all ordinary people, aren't we?
Alice,
No, some people
I'm on
are
3.5.
ordinary
What are you on?
numbers.
3.5 as in 3,500.
But these would be ordinary
Kelvin,
numbers.
white balance.
Are you?
I was just wondering what you were on, that's all.
Why can't you make the afternoon?
Hmm? 4.3, okay, I'll...
Yeah, I said to you, it looks a bit better.
Oh, it's what,
Oh.
A sort of flavour of the conference. I would. Do you think there's a likelihood if I stand up and ask a question to someone on Tuesday, that you get that to happen? Because there'll be lots of people wanting to ask questions. Maybe so that I get a question.
you get the question. Yeah, what's the question going to be?
I don't know. Something like. I think my question would be.
It's
How can we
how can we get, how can it would just be to Rob, they're not, yes.
Well, no, that one, yes, you've got two lots of questions.
Right, that would be for Peter, for those two.
Yes,
Right.
those are Peter's questions, those are Rob's questions.
But isn't Peter, oh, so Peter is here, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think my question would be, how come, okay, tell me if you think this is a sensible question. If I say, look, I'm here with two capacities, one is talking to someone that this has happened to, I, don't realise that antidepressants, that, they're no more effective than a placebo. Why isn't that message getting, how can the media be getting that across, how can that message be got across to all the people that are taking it? Would that be a good
Well,
question?
how do we let people know? How does the media get this message across? Yeah, I mean, he's just going to say, well, that's the job that we all have to do.
I think that that's, well, I think that the point about, for me, the point about this conference and the film is that, in my film you have, like, here are these weird things that happen to people, there's me and other people that have killed people, which is the extreme end, and then there are people like you who can't get off it, and then, oh my God, here's the bigger realisation that even if you don't have those terrible side effects, they don't do you any good anyway.
Yeah.
Right? And so how can that message be got across to people? How do we disseminate that? I mean, it's an incontrovertible fact, isn't it, that they're not more.
It's not incontrovertible. No,
Isn't it?
no. There are studies that show the opposite. So,
Yeah.
so for every, this is the terrible
Yeah,
thing
I know,
about
but
medicine.
this is.
But
yeah.
yes, people here will say it's incontrovertible
Yeah.
in the sense that the clear
Yeah.
evidence shows that that's true. Other
Yeah.
people will pluck out.
Drug
Different.
companies will say, well, we've got this.
Yes, and they'll say, this many million people are using it. But the
Yeah.
answer to that question as to how, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter what the answer is. The point is to get that out there, isn't it? The idea out there.
that the drugs don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering what.
Well, could I ask, is it an incontrovertible fact that these drugs don't
Yes,
work?
I think that might be a better one.
Yeah. And is it alright? Is it okay in the context of this for me to share my experience to say, this is what happened to
Yeah,
me? I had a
go
very,
on.
very I literally just go, probably, very succinct. I'll just go, I went crazy and then I had a year, just having very bad side effects.
You're doing the honourable thing, which is to be just brutally honest about it.
Yeah.
Because that's the only sane thing to do, isn't it? Our lives get fucked up in this way.
Totally. Okay, well that's all good. I'll go and get my
So I'll make a note that you need to.
Yeah, so when do you...
I might even
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. You picking that up? 1, 2, 1, 2. Where's the other mics?
Handhelds are there.
There's 2 there. You just talk, Nikki. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. You want to give us a number, Jeff? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's the LRES one, isn't it, that one? Because that is quite low, that one. You might have to up the level on that one. Maybe when I think Steve said he was popping back. Just to, the LRES mic. Yeah, because it's quite low. But we don't really want to change the sensitivity on that because then you're getting a bit of feedback with the other one. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that quite quiet? 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, it seems a bit quiet, but I suppose it's just 1, 2, 1, 2. Talking. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Turn the other one on as well. Just to make sure. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. I think it was just the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's better. It's better. Yeah, it sounds better. Is that okay? Is he happy? Is he, was he not up there?
Oh,
he's there.
So don't say it.
Oh, I'm just turning it off.
We'll just use one for a test if you want.
We just need to. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to get the answer now, but find out whose chair is what was it? Whose chair? And we've already sent Susie a text for Laura's too.
Nobody will touch me. Nobody will touch me. You know, sorry, I feel so passionate. Sorry, I've got a loud voice. Because I've been told that nobody will touch me. Nobody will.
psychiatry. I love that road.
Yes, well, give us another year. So I'm ejecting. This was your one. That's
Kingston was mine. Yeah. Yeah, that's mine. Yeah. But you need to close it before you can reject it. Not reject, but eject.
Eject. There we go.
Yeah.
So Kingston, that's your one.
Yeah,
There.
yeah.
Alison, are you helping with questions, by the way? Yeah. Would that be okay? That would be a big help. Well, there's 2 question sessions in the morning, so it would be both of those. But it might be that we have you on that side and try and get somebody else on this side.
Yeah, that's a good idea to have.
So if I was you, I'd take that seat in the corner there, so that you can go up and down that row, and we'll move whoever that is.
Do you mean that at the end of this?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm breaking my neck. I'm breaking my neck to try and get No, it's fatigue. It's fatigue. Weight.
She really just seized the moment, didn't you, with Peter and...
Well, it was really thanks to Peter. Peter had the idea. It's Peter. He just said, he said, why don't you do this? So we thought we would.
Well, this meeting came up because Peter Brendan and Bob, which is Peter, so Luke and I talked about repeating it here 2 days later.
Yeah.
So have you just had a session?
2 days ago, it was wonderful.
Was it a similar kind of build as an international?
Same title.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Some slight differences. But,
are you there?
no, it wasn't.
Was James there?
James wasn't.
There were 4 different film teams. One was documentary about cinemas, hopefully, and they still think they can read things. Another film team is making documentaries for them to 6, 7, 8 hours. Sometimes they work on true stories. There is a filmmaker hired to build the whole package so we can put it up. And then there was a fourth film team, I didn't know who were. Yes, of course. They are not really.
Well, I mean, that's my impression.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is my
There
impression.
were almost no psychiatrists in the a handful.
I think there are going to be a few. And there's probably 5 or 6 psychiatric trainings, which is one of the lots of trainings.
Yeah, that's the point where you need to get people. Once people have gone through stages of their training and their work,
It's too late.
yeah, they're brainwashed and they're locked into the system because they have to carry on doing this in a random process.
Now I've been through this massive amount of science. I don't know what to say. We have created fantasy world with people saying something to one another. And we hardly have any of it. Really start living on its own. For a long time. So the net result is tremendous. This is an outlet.
difficulties of accepting. That's where I think you see the same process as well. It's a very society issue, and completely woven in with everyday practices and public opinion. But I'm thinking it as an asset to the society. Because we're doing it. Your book is going to be
I hope so, and in fact I think so, because
sure it will be. Especially because
yeah, I have this big process.
I gathered you did because of the morning event, there was just a letter.
It was nothing stupid, awful, uncollegial, and
Okay. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's important we start on time. We've got a very busy schedule to get through today, so let's get going. Let me first start by welcoming you all to the University of Roehampton and to this one-day conference on psychiatric medications. It's fantastic to see this room so full, and people will be streaming in, I suspect, as I continue talking. We have sold out entirely today, and we think that the huge amount of interest that this conference has generated is really indicative of the importance of the issues we're going to be addressing today. Now, we haven't been able to accommodate everyone, which is why we'll be streaming this event live online. So please be mindful. We will be filming today, and welcome to those of you who are listening to us over the internet. Now, today's conference has been organised by the Council for Evidence-Based Psychiatry, and it's significant that we are holding our first ever conference here at the University there, where Luke approached me with the idea of setting up this organisation together. Now, we like to think that since then we have gone from strength to strength. We've assembled an excellent team of core members, many of whom will be presenting today. We have promoted debate into psychiatric medications in many leading papers, such as The Times, The Guardian, The Independent, The Telegraph, and many leading medical journals, such as Lancet Psychiatry, the BMJ, Psychiatric Bulletin, and so forth. We also extend our welcome to members of the press who are here today and have shown such interest in this conference. We are also the organisation that initiated the now infamous Maudsley debate that took place in May of this year, and at which two of our members and speakers for today, Sami Tamimi and Peter Gøtzsche, gallantly debated. Incidentally, that debate has now had over 7,000 hits on YouTube, which is a remarkable amount for such an occasion. We aim to beat that number today. Also, and finally, we are now secretariat to an all-party parliamentary group. We helped establish in the Houses of Parliament in June of this year in order to lobby government to address many of the issues we're going to hear more about today concerning the overprescribing and potential harms of psychopharmaceuticals. So that is who we are. That's a little bit about what we do. Welcome to our conference. Now, before we get proceedings underway, there's a little bit of housekeeping that's in order. I've been assured there'll be no fire drill today, so if you do hear an alarm, please do take it seriously. You can exit through the doors either side of me or the doors at the back. Please congregate at the front of the building should the worst happen for a head count. On a happier note, the room where tea, coffee and lunch will be served can be reached by exiting the room, going to the corridor at the very end and passing through the door on the far left. Through there, you will find some sustenance. Also, unfortunately, one of our speakers is Electronic Airways. He will be joining us through Skype, presenting and taking your questions. So we very much appreciate his doing that for us. Finally, a few thank yous are in order before we get underway. Thank you everybody at CEP who has helped put this together, and people here at the university, including Julia Noyce, Head of Conferencing, who's done such a fantastic job, the media support services, the technical staff at the back, thank you so much for your help. Dr. Caroline Ross, Head of Life Sciences, Professor Del Loethal, Head of the Research Centre for Therapeutic Education. Thank you very much for all your support and help. Leader in social anthropology and mental health here at the University of Roehampton, and I'm co-founder of CEP along with Luke Montague. I've also written on the problems of modern-day psychiatry, in particular in a book I wrote for the general reader, published in 2013, called Cracked. And I'm going to present a little bit from that book today, in particular focusing on psychiatric diagnosis. Now, we felt it important to begin a conference on psychiatry So if there is something wrong or problematic with our diagnostic system, then everything that follows therefrom is also to some extent problematic. So in other words, psychiatric medications can be criticized not only on the grounds of the potential harms they may cause, but also on the grounds that the diagnostic justification for prescribing them leaves much to be desired. So what I'm going to argue today is that psychiatry, under the dominance of the biomedical model over the last 40 years, has wrongly medicalized increasing numbers of people in contemporary society. So apparently 1 in 4 of us now suffers from a mental health disorder in any given year. And I'm going to argue that this figure is so startlingly high because psychiatry has simply renamed more and more of our natural and normal, albeit painful, human experiences as indicating psychiatric conditions that oftentimes require some kind of psychopharmaceutical intervention. So by reclassifying normality as abnormality, psychiatry has helped create the illusion of a psychiatric epidemic. I'm not suggesting the suffering itself is illusory, but our tendency to see that suffering as psychiatric in nature. Now, at the heart of this illusion, I'm going to argue, sits a book called the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Medicine. The book expanded at a faster rate than almost any other medical manual in history. So, for example, in the 1960s, it included around 106 disorders, whereas today it includes around 370. So what is going on? Well, that's the question I set out to answer when writing part of my book. But I encountered an immediate problem, and it was this, that there is very little documentary evidence chartering the processes that the committees who wrote the DSM followed when they put that manual together. So I soon realized if I were to write some kind of reconstruction of events, then I would have to go and speak to the people who wrote that manual. So that's what I did. I started with somebody called Dr. Robert Spitzer, who's now generally regarded to be the most influential psychiatrist of the 20th century, because he was chairperson of DSM-3, published in 1980. He headed a team of around 9 people. It went up to 13 at one point, but it was really a team, a core team of 9 people called the Task Force, who wrote and put that manual together. Now, I'm starting with DSM-3 today because by far it was the most important addition in the manual's history. It established the modern diagnostic system under which we still broadly operate today. It introduced 80 brand new mental disorders, many of the household name disorders with which some of you may be familiar. And it significantly lowered the bar for what constitutes mental illness with respect to many conditions, including depression. So what I'm going to do is present you a composite of the data I gathered from interviewing key members of the task force and the data I gathered from consulting the DSM archives in Washington, D.C. Last year in March. But before I get to that data, let me first set the scene. On a sunny May morning in 2012, I catch the train from New York City. As we leave Penn Station, the train slowly shunts and rattles under the Hudson River before emerging onto the wasteland of industrial New Jersey. After passing for about 30 minutes through a bleak landscape of gnarled bogland and abandoned warehouses, signs of plusher suburbia begin to break through. As the train gains pace with each passing mile, the outside scene grows steadily more affluent. The houses get bigger, the cars shinier, and the landscape lusher until 50 minutes later, we terminate at Princeton. Dr. Robert Spitzer had moved out there from nearby Westchester. His wife had taken a job at a local research laboratory, and Spitzer, now in his late 70s, had decided to embark upon one last adventure. They had chosen a large and comfortable house in the historic leafy suburbs just northeast of the university, and as my taxi pulled up outside, it was clear they had chosen well. I approach the house, knock on the door. Spitzer opens it, dressed in sandals, shorts, a loose sports top. One of the first things he says to me is, "Do you want to stay for lunch?" And I just finished one of those mountainous American breakfasts. So I struggled to decline him politely. But then, to my great relief, he said, "Well, why don't we first sit down so I can tell you what you want to know?" So one of the first questions I had for Spitzer concerned what was the rationale for the huge expansion of the DSM that happened under his watch, 80 new disorders, as I mentioned a moment ago. He said the following: "The disorders we included weren't really new to the field. They were mainly diagnoses that clinicians used in practice, but which weren't recognized by the DSM. So by including them in the DSM, we gave them professional recognition. So presumably these disorders had been discovered in a biological sense. That's why they were included, right?" No, not at all. There are only a handful of mental disorders in the DSM known to have a clear biological cause. These are known as the organic disorders. These are few and far between. So, let me get this clear. There are no discovered biological causes for many of the remaining mental disorders in the DSM. It's not for many, it's for any. No biological markers have been identified. Now let me just for a moment say why this may sound strange to many people. Perhaps not people in this room, but to many people out there in wider society. It may sound strange because we expect psychiatry to work much like the rest of modern mainstream medicine. In mainstream medicine, and of course there are exceptions to this, but it's broadly the case that a name will only be ratified as indicating a physical disorder after its pathological roots have been discovered in the body, such as in the cells, the tissue, the organs, etc. The surprising thing about psychiatry, however, is that it works in completely the opposite way. Psychiatry first names a disorder before any pathological roots have been discovered in the body. So in effect, a new mental disorder can make it into the DSM and become part of our wider culture, even though there is no biological evidence to support its inclusion. So I continued. So if there are no known biological causes, on what grounds do mental disorders make it into the DSM? What other evidence supports their inclusion? Well, psychiatry has to look for other things, behavioral, psychological. We have other procedures. I asked what these were. I guess our general principle was that if a large enough number of clinicians felt that a diagnostic concept was important in their work, then we were likely to add it as a new category. That was essentially it. It became a question of how much consensus there was to recognize and include a particular disorder. So it was agreement that determined what went into the DSM. That was essentially how it went. Right. Another important point to be made here. Agreement does not constitute scientific proof. For example, if a group of theologians all come together and agree that God exists, this does not prove that God exists. All it proves is that this group of theologians believe it does. So in what sense is DSM agreement different? Why, when a committee of DSM practitioners comes together and agrees upon something, should the rest of us accept they have got it right? Well, the obvious answer to that question would be, well, surely there were other forms of research that were guiding the committee in reaching the agreements they did. And to address that now, I want to bring into the conversation someone called Paula J. Kaplan, who was professor of psychology at Harvard Kennedy School. Now, Paula is very important because she was a consultant on DSM-3 and also aggressively lobbied at DSM not to include a new disorder. This disorder was called self-defeating personality disorder, or SDPD for short. Now, she argued this shouldn't be included because there was a historical precedent in the legal literature of female victims of violence being diagnosed with this condition. The reason for that is because the characteristics of SDPD were very similar to the characteristics that certain women displayed when they had been victims of violence. So the danger with this diagnosis is that it could end up pathologizing female victims of violence. But in addition to that, it could also end up letting the perpetrators of such violence off the hook, because presumably they were just doing what these women wanted, because they had a self-defeating personality disorder. So for these two reasons, she lobbied Spitzer not to include the diagnosis, but he remained so used to justify including SDPD in the DSM. Now let's have a little look at what she found. Firstly, she only found 2 pieces of research, which is a remarkably small amount by anyone's standards. But let's now have a little look at what that research constituted. The first piece of research was conducted by Spitzer himself. He gathered a group of psychiatrists at only one university who already accepted that SDPD existed, and they were shown some old case studies. All then unanimously agreed the patients in them had SDPD. Kaplan pointed out that diagnosed their patients with SDPD was not proof that the disorder actually exists. All it proves, as Kaplan said, is that a group of psychiatrists working in the same institution gave the same label, rightly or wrongly, to a given set of behaviors. It proves nothing more than that. But if you think that first piece of research is weak, then just consider the second piece. A questionnaire was sent to a selected number of members of the American Psychiatric Association. This asked them whether the diagnosis SDPD should be included in the DSM. An official report conducted by the psychologists Gøtzsche and Kirk showed, after doing the calculations, that only 11% voted yes, which is surely not a representative sample of the psychiatric community. Now you may say, well look, sure James, but maybe you're cherry picking here. You're taking this example, it's an extreme example in order to make a wider point, and that would be a fair response to make. So let me now bring into the conversation someone called Dr. Theodore Millen, a key member of Robert Spitzer's task force. The following quote, it refers to not just SDPD, but all of the disorders that Spitzer's team included. This is what Theodore Millen said. There was very little systematic research, and much of the research that existed was really a hodgepodge, scattered, inconsistent, and ambiguous. I think the majority of us recognized that the amount of good, solid science upon which we were making our decisions was pretty modest. So let's go back now to my sitting in the room with Robert Spitzer at his home in Princeton. I decided to read to Spitzer this quote to see what he made of it. And after a short and somewhat uncomfortable silence, Spitzer responded in a way I simply had not expected. He said the following: well, it is true that for many of the disorders that were added, there wasn't a tremendous amount of research. And certainly there wasn't research on the particular way we define these disorders. In the case of Millen's quote, I think he's mainly referring to the personality disorders. But again, it is certainly true that the amount of research validating data on most psychiatric disorders is very limited indeed. So you're saying that there was little research not only supporting your inclusion of new disorders, but also supporting how these disorders should be defined? There are very few disorders whose definition was a result of specific research data. Now, I was so surprised by this admission that I decided to members to me to see what he made of it. And this is how he responded. And incidentally, Donald Klein was unofficially second in command of the task force, so a very important figure indeed. Sure, we had very little in the way of data, so we were forced to rely on clinical consensus, which admittedly is a very poor way to do things. But it was better than anything else we had. So without data to guide you, how was this consensus reached? We thrashed it out, basically. We had a 3-hour argument. There would be about 12 people sitting down at a table. Usually there was a chairperson and there was somebody taking notes. And at the end of each meeting, there would be a distribution of events. And at the next meeting, some would agree with the inclusion and others would continue arguing. If people were still divided, the matter would be eventually decided by a vote. A vote? Really? Sure, that is how it went. I then tried to check this out with, again, other members of the task force, and the next person I spoke to was someone called Henry Pinsker. This is what he said about the voting method. Some things were discussed over a number of different meetings, which would sometimes be followed by an exchange of memoranda about it. And then there would simply be a vote. People would raise hands. There weren't that many people. Regarding the legitimacy of this method, Pinsker continued, "We never had any question that that was how we should proceed. I had no reservations at all about working that way." And incidentally, when I visited the archives in Washington, D.C., I managed to source 12 minuted meetings of the task force with the archivist there. And 10 out of those 12 meetings provided evidence of voting taking place within the meetings. And not just voting on one issue, but on many different issues. That's just to say the archival data very much supports what we're hearing here from members of the task force itself. Finally, an important point needs to be made here. It's an obvious one, but I'm going to make it nonetheless. Voting isn't a scientific activity. When anything is voted into existence, whether it's a new union leader, a new political party, or indeed a new mental disorder, the likelihood we've got it wrong is never far away. So let me now turn to somebody called Renée Garfinkel. She was a consultant on DSM-3. She's important because she sat in on many of the task force meetings. I spoke to her in 2013. This is what she said. "You must understand, what I saw happening on these committees wasn't scientific. It more resembled a group of friends trying to decide where they want to go for dinner. One person says, 'I feel like Chinese food.' Another person says, 'No, I'm really more in the mood for Indian food.' And finally, after some discussion and collaborative give and take, they all decide to go have Italian." She then gave me an example of how far down the scale of intellectual respectability she felt these meetings could sometimes fall. On one occasion, I was sitting in on a task force meeting, and there was a discussion about whether a particular behavior should be classed as a symptom of a particular disorder. And as the conversation went on, to my great astonishment, one task force member suddenly piped up. "Oh, no, we can't include that behavior as a symptom because I do that." And so it was decided that that behavior wouldn't be included because presumably if someone on the task force does it, it must be perfectly normal. I'm going to give you some general impressions of how these meetings unfolded, gathered from my interviews and other sources. According to other members of the task force, these meetings were often haphazard affairs. Suddenly these things would happen and there didn't seem to be much basis for it except that someone just decided all of a sudden to run with it, said one participant. It seemed, another member admitted, that the loudest voices usually won out. With no extensive data one could turn to, the outcome of task force decisions often depended on who in the room had the strongest personality. But the problem with relying on consensus, reiterated Garfinkel, is that in the discussion, some voices will just get quieter, either because they don't want to fight or because they see they are in the minority. And snap, that's when a decision is made. Admittedly, when the task force lacked expertise on a particular disorder, Spitzer would consult relevant leaders in the field. But this also led to chaotic meetings that members often found difficult to participate in. One of the only British psychiatrists on the task force, a psychiatrist called David Schaffer, recalled how such meetings often unfolded. In these meetings of the so-called experts or advisors, people would be standing and sitting and moving around, but people would talk on top of each other. But Bob would be too busy typing notes to chair the meeting in an orderly way. In 2005, a really interesting article was published in the New Yorker magazine by a journalist called Alex Spiegel. It was entitled A Dictionary of Disorder, and it was a biographical account of Robert Spitzer's influence on modern psychiatry. Now, midway through that article, there's a very interesting section on the construction of DSM, and I'm going to quote from that article now because it is pertinent to what I'm talking about today. Roger Peel and Paul Lusada, psychiatrists at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, D.C., wrote a paper in which they used the term hysterical psychoses to describe the behavior of two kinds of patients they had observed. Spitzer read the paper and asked Peel and Lusada if he could come to Washington to meet them. During a 40-minute conversation, the three decided that hysterical psychoses should really be divided into two disorders, brief reactive psychosis and factitious disorder. Then Bob asked for a typewriter, Peel says. To Peel's surprise, Spitzer drafted the definitions on the spot. He banged out criteria sets for factitious disorder and for brief reactive psychosis, and it struck me that this was a productive fellow. He comes in to talk about an issue and walks away with diagnostic criteria for two different mental disorders. And incidentally, both of these disorders went into the DSM with only very minor modification from those original criteria. So let me just read a couple of paragraphs before continuing. As soon as Spitzer's DSM-3 was published in 1980, it became a sensation overnight. The almost 500-page long manual sold out immediately. The publisher of the DSM, the American Psychiatric Association, was taken completely off guard. It took approximately 6 months to catch up with all the orders that came flooding in. The new manual was purchased not only by psychiatrists, but by nurses, social workers, lawyers, psychologists, psychotherapists, and the enthusiasm quickly spread far beyond the United States. In Britain, for example, the manual had such impact that by the end of the 1980s, most British psychiatrists were being trained to use the DSM. Furthermore, Spitzer's DSM categories quickly became those that guided all research into psychiatric disorders internationally. This meant that the disorders that were studied by researchers in Germany, Australia, Canada, Britain, India, and so on and so forth, were those defined and listed in Spitzer's DSM. In short, the book ultimately changed the fundamental nature of research and practice within the field, not to mention the lives of tens of millions of people diagnosed with the psychiatric disorders listed therein. And yet, as the influence of the manual spread, the truth about its construction remained obscure. Most professionals using the manual simply did not know, and I would venture still do not know today, the extent to which biological evidence or solid research failed to guide the choices the task force made. They did not know that the definitions of the disorders contrived, the validity of the disorders included, and the symptom threshold which, at best, reflected the well-meaning professional opinions of a small subset of psychiatrists. In short, most people did not know that the fundamental changes Spitzer brought to global psychiatry only required the consensus of an extremely small group of people, 9 people. And indeed, as Spitzer openly confirmed to me in our interview, our team was certainly not typical of the psychiatric community, and that was one of the major arguments against DSM-3. It allowed a small group with a particular viewpoint to take over psychiatry and change it in a fundamental way. What did you make of that criticism? What did I make of that charge? Well, it was absolutely true. It was a revolution, that's what it was. We took over because we had the power. Now, I'm just going to spend a further 9 minutes, if I may, moving forward into DSM-4. I'll be far briefer, I promise. In 1994, DSM-3 reaches the end of its shelf life and is replaced by DSM-4, which is the DSM that remained in use for nearly 20 years, right up until May 2013, when DSM-5 emerged. In 2002 and 2012 and 13, I interviewed the new chairperson of DSM-4, Alan Francis, occasion for that you now regret. And he answered in the following way. Well, the first thing I have to say about that is that DSM-4 was a remarkably unambitious and modest effort to stabilize psychiatric diagnosis and not to create new problems. This meant keeping the introduction of new disorders to an absolute minimum. This needs a bit of qualification. What does he mean by that? Well, his team only introduced about 8 new mental disorders into the main text, which is in compared to the 80 introduced by Spitzer. On the other hand, from another standpoint, this claim to modesty is very shaky because it doesn't take into account the following things. Firstly, France's team actually expanded the DSM by 30 other disorders, but put them in the appendix, and subdivided many existing conditions, in effect creating new ones. So if you count the appendix exclusions and the subdivisions, all of which people can and are diagnosed with, then his team actually expanded the DSM from around 270 disorders to around 370, which is, in my view, the opposite of conservatism. So we continued. Yet despite that conservatism, we learned some pretty tough lessons. We learned overall that even if you make minimal changes to the DSM, the way the world uses the manual is not always the way you intended it to be used. For instance, we added bipolar 2, Asperger's disorder, and finally we added ADHD, and, well, these decisions help promote 3 false epidemics in psychiatry. I asked him what he meant by that. Well, we now have a rate of autism that is 20 times what it was 15 years ago. By adding bipolar 2, we also doubled the ratio of bipolar versus unipolar depression, resulting in lots more use of antipsychotic and mood stabilizer drugs. Rates of ADHD also tripled, partly because new drug treatments were released that were aggressively marketed. So every decision you make has a trade-off. You can't assume the way you write the DSM will be the way it'll be used. So the way the DSM is being used has led to the medicalization of a number of people who don't warrant their diagnoses. Exactly. Can you put a figure on how many people have been wrongly medicalized? There is no right answer to who should be diagnosed. There is no gold standard for psychiatric diagnosis, so it's impossible to know for sure. But when the diagnosis rates triple over the course of 15 years, my assumption is that medicalization is going on. And that's, I think, a very important admission for Francis to make, and he's made it in many other places. But could the situation be even worse than that? Because Francis is only talking about the main disorders he put in the main manual. He's not talking about the appendix inclusions. Also, he's not talking about the existing problem of medicalization he allowed to live on through into DSM-4 from DSM-3. So, for example, let me give you some of the disorders he allowed to live on. We have things like female orgasmic disorder, caffeine-related disorder, stammering, stuttering, transsexualism, oppositional defiant disorder, which is something I suffer from quite acutely. Now, nobody is suggesting that these things aren't experienced as problems by certain people, but whether or not they constitute psychiatric disorders is another matter entirely. So my final question for Francis, and we're coming to the end now, my final question for Francis was, given that there was poor research backing for many of the disorders, why did you allow them to live on into DSM-4? Why didn't you simply remove them on the basis that there was poor research backing, or on the basis that some of them were just plainly eccentric? And he responded in the following way. If we were going to either add new diagnoses or eliminate existing ones, there had to be substantial scientific evidence to support that decision. And there simply wasn't. So by following our own conservative rules, we couldn't reduce the system any more than we could increase it. Now, you could argue that that is a questionable approach, but we felt it was important to stabilize the system and not make arbitrary decisions in either direction. But one of the problems with proceeding in that way is that it assumes the DSM system you inherited from Spitzer was fit for purpose. For example, it assumes that the disorders Spitzer's team included and the diagnostic thresholds Spitzer's team set were themselves scientifically established. We did not assume that at all. We knew that everything that came before was arbitrary. Francis quickly corrects himself. We knew that most decisions that came before were arbitrary. I had been involved in DSM-3. I understood the limitations probably more than most people did. But the most important value at that time was to stabilize the system, not change it arbitrarily. So you're essentially saying that you set out to stabilize the arbitrary decisions that were made during the construction of DSM-3? In other words, corrected Francis, it felt better to stabilize the existing arbitrary decisions than to create a whole assortment of new ones. And I thought it was a good place to bring our interview to a close there. So, and I'm now going to bring my presentation to a close. So finally, what I've discussed today, I think, poses a serious challenge to those who embrace the conventional view that mental disorders are discrete patterns of biologically rooted pathological feeling and behavior identified by way of objective research processes. What an inspection of the construction of DSM rather reveals is that the separate disorders into which DSM organized diverse behavioral and mental phenomena were largely the outcome of vote-based judgments settled by a small, culturally homogeneous subset of mental health professionals who were socially positioned at a given point in time to have their judgments ratified by the institutional apparatus of the American Psychiatric Association. Now, while such judgments may indicate that a group of professionals sharing similar socio-cultural beliefs, biases, persuasions, and interests may see some things in the same way at a given point in time, they do not confirm that what they see is either objectively true or stable in any verifiable sense. And certainly such judgments do not provide any robust empirical justification for the vaulting levels of psychopharmaceutical prescribing that we have seen in recent years and about which we will hear far more today. Thank you so much for listening. Okay, and I know you're all desperately waiting for our next speaker, as you should be. But before I introduce our next speaker, we felt it important today to give voice to some people who have been adversely affected by the psychiatric medications. And we thought one of the best ways of doing that would be to provide during the day 3 films at different points in the day, put together by Luke. So this will be the first film. It's very short. It's about 5 minutes in length. And after that, we will hear from our next speaker.
Prior to the drugs, I had a full life, I would say, both personally and professionally. Professionally speaking, I had always been in IT and IT sales. I had been steadily building a career by developing more and more senior roles within that career. In my personal life, I was always very busy. I had a wide social circle of friends, and I was always involved in different sports. Played a lot of football, played golf, always down the gym and so on. So for me, typically, every day was pretty busy, and there was always something that I was involved in. The first drug that I took was Prozac, and that was back in 1995 when I was 32, and that came about as the result. The key trigger was a virus that I had, and it was pretty much a virus that was doing the rounds, but I just never seemed to recover from it properly, and typically what I was experiencing were mainly physical symptoms, so tiredness, fatigue, more easily fatigued when I was doing exercise or anything strenuous. I was on the Prozac initially for 3 years, and that was because of a number of things, but firstly because I tried to stop taking it several times, and I experienced what I now know but didn't know at the time were withdrawal symptoms. And because of those symptoms, I was advised to go back on the drugs on the basis that my issue, my problem was still not resolved. Eventually I was prescribed Effexor in 2004, really as a last resort after having cycled through and been prescribed multiple other antidepressants between 2001 and 2004. I can't remember which ones they were, but it was most of them that were available. None of them made me feel much better, and most of them made me feel considerably worse. I stopped taking the Effexor cold turkey, and then I experienced a wide range of symptoms, most of which I hadn't experienced before, either taking the Effexor or in fact any of the antidepressant drugs, or during the period when I was taking the drugs. And I now know that to be withdrawal. I had a period of probably 2 to 3 months of acute withdrawal, and then have had a period since then, and to date it's about 4 years of protracted withdrawal. During the acute withdrawal stage, I was pretty much incapacitated and spent most of the day just lying on the sofa. I've thought about this since then, and if I could think of a way to make somebody's life as miserable as possible, short of terminating their life, this would be it. It impacted me both cognitively and physically. So the types of symptoms I was experiencing were a severely degraded memory, severely degraded ability to concentrate, to retain information, to rationalise and understand information. Physically, I just was racked with pain from head to toe, joint and muscle aches and pains, dizzy spells. I developed intolerance to a whole range of food and drinks and so on, such that if I ate or drank those foods and drinks, that the other symptoms would ramp up as well. Headaches, blurred vision, I couldn't hear properly, balance issues, coordination issues. I wasn't able to read properly, so things like reading a nighttime story to my son in itself was a challenge, just getting through that. 4 years on now, where I am now, I would suggest I'm probably in the order of maybe 75 to 80% recovered. I'm just starting back to work now in a full-time role, which has its challenges, but I think it's something that I can now take on, and I've still got some time before I fully recover. But my overall feeling that I'm left with is that I'm just so angry. I'm just so angry that this, for something that never needed to happen, has happened to me. And it's affected me, both for things that I worked hard for. I'd never been involved in drugs, I'd never been involved in legal, there were things I was never interested in. And it was a legal prescribed drug that has effectively disrupted my life for over 10 years.
Okay, right. Well, moving on. Our next speaker hardly needs an introduction. He is an award-winning science journalist and author, former fellow of the Safra Center for Ethics at Harvard University, and founder of the highly influential e-magazine Mad in America. He is author of 5 books, including the highly acclaimed Mad in America and Anatomy of an Epidemic. His articles on psychiatry and the pharmaceutical industry have garnered many national awards, including the George Polk Award for Medical Writing and the National Association of Science Writers Award. Finally, he was finalist for the Pulitzer Prize for a series he co-wrote for the Boston Globe on the abuse of mental patients in research settings. In short, these accolades and many others besides mark our next speaker as one of the most important and influential critics of psychiatry alive today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Robert Whitaker.
Well, first of all, I have to say it's both a great honor to be here and a bit humbling. If you really want to look where the best critical examination of the modern biological story has come from, it's come from Great Britain. There's many people here. The Critical Psychiatry Network has been a leader in deconstructing the story. I went to school on so many of the people here. So you're lucky here. And you're also with the Council for Evidence-Based Psychiatry, what James are doing and Luke are doing. They're bringing it out to the public in a way that I don't know is happening anywhere else. So it is humbling to be here, and I'm very grateful to be here, so thank you. What I hope to do in the next 45 minutes, and I think I can do one thing here, is, by the way, that was a brilliant deconstruction of the DSM, I have to say. It shows the ludicrous nature of it. I mean, it's just really well done. It was really brilliant. What I hope to do in the next 45 minutes is look a bit about the story around the narrative around psychiatric drugs. What is the common narrative? And then really give you a counter-narrative, and hopefully in this 45 minutes even get a bit of a sense of how we can think about this question of whether psychiatric drugs do more harm than good or not, and look what science, how can we review the scientific literature to gain some insight into that question. So what's the common wisdom? This is a quote from Edward Shorter, who is a well-known historian of psychiatry from the University of Toronto. And what he says is that in 1950s, a new drug came into asylum medicine. The chemical name is chlorpromazine. I think it was known as Lordactyl here in Europe. And he says, this drug arrives and it initiates a revolution comparable to the introduction of penicillin in general medicine. Now, there have been few things as important in the advance of medicine in the 20th century as the introduction of penicillin into general medicine. In fact, some people think that helped us win, the Allies win World War II. And of course, what does penicillin do? It cures bacterial infections very quickly. So he's saying this is the equivalent great leap forward. Now, if you go to this story of progress, and this is the general narrative that drives our understanding of psychiatric drugs, it goes like this. This is remembered as, chlorpromazine is remembered today as the first antipsychotic. And you hear the word antipsychotic? As if it's a special antidote, not a tranquilizer. It's an antidote to some biological problem. And then we get antidepressants. We get anti-anxiety agents. This is the start of this psychopharmacological revolution that is remembered. We're told this is what made it possible to empty the mental hospitals and for seriously mentally ill people to live in the community, live fairly normal lives. That's what Shorter says in his book. And then if you go forward with the story of progress, we begin to learn in the 1980s that these drugs fix chemical imbalances in the brain. We've all heard this, right? Like insulin for diabetes. Now, if that story is true, it tells of an extraordinary scientific discovery. Think about how complex the brain is, and what we're being told is that psychosis or schizophrenia is due to too much dopamine in the brain. Depression is due to too little serotonin. Those problems. Think about that. That is a tale of astonishing scientific progress. Then beginning with the arrival of Prozac, and I do believe you call it Prozac here as well, right? The first SSRI, which arrives on the market in 1988. That's the first of the second generation drugs, said to be safer than and more effective than the first. So we get SSRI antidepressants. They're better than the tricyclics. We get a new generation of antipsychotics, so-called atypical antipsychotics, said to be better than the first. You see this story up, this ladder of medical progress. It fits into that larger narrative. And in 1998, our U.S. Surgeon General, David Satcher, he wrote a 400-page report on mental health, and here's what he says. Prior to 1955 and the arrival of chlorpromazine, we lacked treatments that would prevent people from becoming seriously, chronically ill. Now we have a vast array of safe and effective treatments that prevent this chronicity for well-defined disorders. And so that becomes codified in this narrative of progress. And really this narrative has indeed changed our societies. And in terms of use of psychiatric medications, now in the United States, 1 in 5 people takes a psychiatric drug every day. And it's a little hard to get the children usage, but it's at least 10% every day. And by the time our children are 18, it's 15 to 20% who are now taking a drug every day. An extraordinary commercial success, of course. In 1987, we in the United States spent about $800 million on psychiatric drugs. We now spend about $40 billion, a 50-fold increase. So it's a story of medical progress, and it's also clearly a commercial success. Now, what I'm going to try to do is put that narrative of progress under a scientific microscope, in essence. The first thing is, when you get an effective medical treatment for a disorder, hopefully, or that disease, the burden of that disease will go down in society. So just let's go back to antibiotics. People stopped dying from bacterial infections, right? So one of the first things I did is, well, let's just look at the number of people as this revolution unfolded who can no longer work, who can no longer care for themselves and need government care because they're disabled by a mental illness. Now, in 1955, we had no social security system for caring for people in the community. So, quote, the disabled mentally ill were in mental hospitals. You look at the number of people in mental hospitals in 1955 in the US with a psychiatric diagnosis, it's about 350,000, and that's a disability rate of about 200 per 100,000 population. Now, 1987, by this time, deinstitutionalization is fairly complete. We're caring for people in the community, and we have set up a system of disability pensions for people who are disabled by mental illness. And you'll see by 1987, there was 1.25 million people on disability in the United States because of a mental illness. Now, what people might say is this is an apples to oranges comparison. It's not fair. You had to be more severely ill to be in the hospital in 1955, to be on disability in 1987. But now we have an oranges to oranges comparison, just the number of people receiving a disability payment in the US because of mental illness. And what has it happened during the second generation of psychiatric drugs? It's quadrupled. And in total numbers, we're now up to about 5 million, but by this per capita rate, it's tripled. Now, this doesn't prove anything, but it starts to raise a question about this paradigm of care. Why is the burden rising? Now, after Anatomy came out and I presented this data, people said, that's because it's in the United States. You don't have national health service. People are going on disability in order to get access to health care. So now I've had a chance to look at other countries. This is just in the Prozac era. How about New Zealand? A quadrupling of people on disability in the past 20 years. How about Australia? Quadrupling in the past 20 years. This is a little bit different data. It's the number of people going on disability each year. What's interesting about this data, Iceland is a small country. When the pharmaceutical companies really began marketing antidepressants, it's in the middle 90s, and all of a sudden you see this rise in the number of people going on antidepressants. By the way, the disability numbers are not being driven by psychotic disorders. It's being driven by affective disorders, depression, and in the United States, at least, by bipolar. And I don't have the Britain data. Joanne Moncrief has done some of this work. You're seeing a big rise in the number of days lost to disability due to depression in Britain as well. Here's new cases of disability in Denmark. You'll see that the number of new cases has tripled in the last 12 years. This is Sweden. What this data is, the percentage of disability cases each year, new ones. You can see in 1992, mental illnesses were about 16% of new cases. Now it's 60%. The point is you see this rising burden of mental illness, of disabled people unable to work in country after country that has adopted this paradigm of care. Now, I don't think this proves anything, but it does raise a question, why is this happening as we use these medications more and more? Why is the burden, at least by disability numbers, going up? Now, the second thing I think we need to do in terms of that narrative of progress, we do have to look at the chemical imbalance story. Did they find this to be true? And what did we, in fact, learn about how the medications act on the brain? This is the second part of that narrative of progress. So here's how the chemical imbalance theory arose. It did not arise from an understanding of what was going on in the brains of people diagnosed with schizophrenia or psychotic disorders or depression. It arose from an understanding of how these new drugs acted on the brain. So, for example, they came to understand that antipsychotics blocked dopamine receptors. In other words, they diminished or thwarted the passage of messages along dopaminergic pathways. So they said if we're lowering dopamine in these people, maybe schizophrenia is due to too much dopamine. It's a hypothesis. And the same thing with the antidepressants, the first generation of monoamine oxidase inhibitors and tricyclics. They came to understand they kept serotonin, these monoamines, longer in the synaptic cleft, that space between neurons. So they're upping that activity. So they hypothesized maybe the problem is low monoamine activity. So the hypothesis arises from understanding the mechanism of action of the drugs. Now they have to investigate this in the 70s and all. They have to see, do people with depression, for example, do they have low serotonin before they go on the drug? Now the NIMH, which is our premier agency for investigating mental health disorders, begins to do a study in the late 70s, early 80s. And I'm just going to give you the conclusions here. 1984. Elevations or decrements in the functioning of serotonergic systems per se are not likely to be associated with depression. You can read the next one. Who's Stephen? And so this theory actually begins falling apart the minute they begin investigating it. Prozac is brought to market in '88. It's really marketed as a drug that fixes the serotonergic system. There's a lot more investigations into the serotonergic system, and what do they find? They just don't find it. Who's Stephen Stahl? He's a pretty famous, he believes in biological psychiatry. This is not a critic. He wrote a textbook in 2000. What does he say after 20 years of this investigation of the theory? There is no clear and convincing evidence that monoamine, serotonin is a monoamine, deficiency accounts for depression. That is, there is no real deficit. Go for a characteristic thing to be found in people before, is there a lesion in that system before they go on drugs? Who is Stephen Heimer directed to? There is no compelling evidence that a lesion in the dopamine system is a primary cause of schizophrenia. Next, Kenneth Kendler. He's a big researcher in this whole chemical imbalance theory, and in 2005 he summed up this long history, and what does he say? We have hunted for big, simple neurochemical explanations for psychiatric disorders, and we have not found them. And this is my favorite quote now. This chemical imbalance theory has collapsed. We have many psychiatrists saying, we never said that. He's the editor-in-chief, former editor-in-chief of Psychiatric Times, and you'll see what he says. In truth, the chemical imbalance notion was always a kind of urban legend, never a theory seriously propounded by well-informed psychiatrists. You can still go on websites today run by the American Psychiatric Association or patient advocacy groups where they have scientific advisory boards where you can read that antidepressants fix a known chemical imbalance in the brain. A small story. I was giving a grand rounds at Massachusetts General Hospital, which is associated with Harvard, leading psychiatric department in the country. So I was giving a talk, and then they had someone to respond, and the person says, you know, you made us look bad in your book by pretending that we told about that we believed in chemical imbalances. And the guy says, we've known that's been outdated. That's an outdated theory. For 25 years, we gave that up. So I said to him, you know what? You're right. It did fall apart scientifically 25 years ago, but I'm pretty sure you failed to communicate that to the American public. Because if you ask a group of people who've been diagnosed in the United States, how many of you were told you had a chemical imbalance? Every hand in the room goes up. And something like 87% of Americans now know that low serotonin causes depression. So now we have to ask, if they're not fixing a chemical imbalance, what happens to the brain when you go on the drug? And you can read a paper by Stephen Hyman, written in 1996, and he says this. These drugs perturb normal systems. Now, the brain being a very neuroplastic organ, in response to that perturbation, is going to try to compensate for this perturbation. And in this compensation, it's trying to maintain normal functioning. What the researchers will say, it's trying to maintain a homeostatic. The person's brain is now functioning in a manner that is, quote, qualitatively as well as quantitatively different from the normal state. So we have over here in the conventional narrative a story of drugs that fix an abnormality. We go in the scientific literature, and what we found is no known pathology. That doesn't mean there may not be a pathology in some people, but we don't know what it is. And we find that the drugs actually create abnormalities. And here's just a quick look at how this is done. So how do neurons communicate in the brain? You have a presynaptic neuron, the synaptic cleft. Then that molecule binds with receptors on the receiving neuron, which we call the postsynaptic neuron. We say that molecule fits into those receptors like a key into the lock. Have you heard all that metaphor? Okay. So what does an antipsychotic do? An antipsychotic gums up all these receptors. So now the molecule can't bind with those receptors, a particular type of receptor called the D2. You're thwarting it. So what does the brain do when you go on an antipsychotic? It increases. It tries to become extra sensitive to dopamine. And you can see why. The drug is acting as a brake, so what does your brain do? It tries to put down the accelerator. Okay? You can see what. And that's going to be a sort of a universal understanding of drugs. You go on an antidepressant. It ups serotonergic activity. It's acting as an accelerator. What's your brain going to do? It's going to dial down its serotonergic receptors. The presynaptic neurons are going to put out less serotonin for a brief period of time. That compensatory adaptation may break down, but then the receiving neurons are actually going to decrease their density of serotonergic receptors. So here's the irony. Investigators did not find that chemical balance. It was hypothesized that maybe the problem with schizophrenia was too many dopamine receptors. Prior to going on the drug, you don't have too many dopamine receptors. But after you do, you end up with 50 to 100% more than normal. And same thing, depression was hypothesized to be due to low serotonin. Before you go on the drug, you don't have that physiologically, but after you go on the drug, you do. Okay? Now, I'm just going to show you, this is sort of jumping ahead of the story. But as people have started to look at the chronic course of mental disorders, they're now going back to this idea. Maybe the problem is that the drugs induce a change over the long term, this oppositional tolerance, the opposite of what is originally intended. Okay, it's becoming sort of a universal concern. And this person, well-known mood disorders person who used to work for Eli Lilly, so this is not a critic, okay? Continued drug treatment may induce processes that are the opposite of what the medication originally produced. This may cause a worsening of the illness, continue for a period of time after discontinuing the medication, and may not be reversible. Now, one of the things that you've heard here, and Luke has spoken about, your story is public, so I think it's okay, is these protracted withdrawal symptoms, say from benzodiazepines. And this might be the mechanism for explaining it, is that your brain's not renormalizing. Okay? Which tells you that going on a drug in the first place can be a profound thing to do. Oh, and I have to caution here. This is not meant to be a medical advice talk. It's just looking at, in a big picture, what is science telling us about? And it's a way for society to have an informed discussion. But it shouldn't be taken for advice for anybody on an individual level. Okay, now the last thing I'll do here is we'll look at the evidence base for the use of antipsychotics, short-term and then long-term. Why antipsychotics? Antipsychotics are at the heart of the story, the narrative of progress. These are the drugs that made it possible to empty the asylums. They're the best studied class of drugs. They're also the class of drugs that are seen as beyond doubt. We know these drugs help people long term. We know they're essential. At least in the United States, not only are you supposed to take them forever, to not give them forever is seen as bad medicine, negligent medicine. So if any class of drugs should have a clear story in the scientific literature that they provide a long-term benefit, it should be this class of drugs. So as you can see, I'm a journalist. I'm not a medical expert. I'm not an academic, actually. I'm just a journalist. So what is my first, if I'm going to raise this question, how do medications affect people long term? What's my first responsibility? Is to find out what is the evidence base for this class of drugs. And it's three parts. One, people come into emergency rooms. They did studies in the 50s and 60s. Half are put on drug, half are put on placebo. The drug group has a greater diminishment of psychotic symptoms over 6 weeks than the placebo group. Now, as Peter may say, there are flaws with these studies, but I don't want to get into this right now. So that becomes the evidence for short-term use, okay? They diminish psychotic symptoms better than placebo over the short term. Now imagine you're a doctor in the 50s and 60s. You have patients on these drugs. What's your next question? How long should I use them, right? I've got them on. Now how long? So they ran studies designed like this. They took that subset of people who were good responders to the drugs, and it has to be the good responders because you need people who are the symptoms under control. Half are going to be maintained on the drug. Half are going to be withdrawn abruptly from the drug. And with great regularity, this group that was withdrawn from the drug relapsed at a higher rate. So researchers said, see, you take away the drug and the disease returns. Staying on the drug reduces the long-term risk of relapse. And that today is still cited as the evidence for maintaining people on drugs is the relapse studies. Now the third bit of evidence I think actually is clinical experience. You're a doctor. A person comes into the emergency room. You give them the drug, the symptom. Then you discharge the person, the patient. That patient says, I hate these drugs. I throw them away. And then they show up back at your emergency room. So what do you see? You see that the person needs the drug. That's what you see. Okay? In some ways, I think this is the most powerful bit of evidence base. Okay, next, is there anything missing from this evidence base of relapse studies? And what you find this, first of all, do the relapse studies tell you anything about how people are functioning long term? Are they socializing? Are they working? There's no functional element, right? What the relapse studies tell you is don't go off your drugs abruptly. That's true. Second, you see the flaw in the design of the studies, right? Abrupt withdrawal, we all know now that abrupt withdrawal increases the risk of relapse. It's a drug withdrawal effect. There's actually been very few studies where they tried to get people off successfully in gradual tapers. So a lot of what you're seeing there is, in fact, a drug withdrawal effect. How about the physician's experience? Do we know what is the natural long-term course of psychosis? We don't, right? The clinicians don't see it. Oh, well, is there some other type of evidence? And I hope you see I'm trying to show an approach to this, an intellectual approach to investigating this question. Okay, we admit the relapse studies have flaws. Are there other types of evidence that people can point me to that says, this shows us that antipsychotics are providing a long-term benefit? And here's what you find. Emmanuel Stipp, someone from the University of Montreal, did that in 2002, which was the 50th anniversary of the discovery of chlorpromazine, and he says this. This was really important to me. After 50 years of neuroleptics, are we able to answer the following simple question? Neuroleptics is another word for antipsychotics. Are neuroleptics effective in treating schizophrenia? There is no compelling evidence on the matter when long-term is considered. And then he wrote what to me was a green light for going on with this investigation, which I wrote about in Anatomy of an Epidemic. If we wish to base psychiatry on evidence-based medicine, we run a genuine risk in taking a close look at what has long been considered fact. What he's saying is we may be surprised by what we find. Okay? So what you're all going to do now in the next 20 minutes is take that same risk, okay? So just in the interest of time, I'm going to sort of summarize what they find in the first 20 years. The first long-term trial done by the NIMH had 4 arms. 3 groups were treated with drug in the hospital, 1 with placebo. At the end of 6 weeks, the drug-treated patients were doing better. Still a key trial cited. In fact, it's after this trial where people start calling these drugs antipsychotics instead of major tranquilizers, okay? But many placebo patients get better. They're discharged. Now, what nobody cites is the 1-year results. Because at the end of 1 year, there was an oddity. The drug-treated patients had higher rehospitalization rates. So at this very beginning of the research literature, there's a hint of a paradox. Could drugs that are effective over the short term, could be they increasing the risk of relapse over the long term? Just a hint. Okay. Then we get a retrospective study done by Sanford Bachhoven at Boston Psychopathic Hospital. He has 5-year data for people treated in 1947 with psychological therapies. This is before the arrival of the antipsychotics. He's going to compare them to a matched group of patients treated with psychological care in 1967 and the drugs. And what does he find? He makes 2 findings. One, the relapse rate is higher in the modern group, and the functioning is much more socially dependent. They're much less likely to be working. So he says if we want to worry about long-term functioning, maybe we need to rethink this. Then there are, because of this, there's one other thing. Clinicians. What are clinicians saying when these drugs are introduced? If you listen carefully, here's what they say. Boy, my patients are getting better faster, but boy, are they coming back to the hospital in droves. That was their clinical experience. And they even invented a term. You've heard the term revolving door syndrome? It comes from this time. And then they said this. We're also noticing that relapse on drug is more severe than on placebo. So this worry arises. The NIMH conducts 3 studies meant to revisit the value of these drugs over the long term in the 70s. And in each of these studies, you have people treated conventionally with drug, and then in the experimental arm, either with no drug or studies, the experimental arm did better. That's 1. 2, you'd see a group that never needed to go on drug, and they would have the best outcomes. And 3, overall, we had higher relapse rates in where people were regularly medicated, better social functioning over here. Okay? And at that point, and every person says, if you read, if we're interested in long-term clinical improvement, we may need to rethink this use of the drugs. But this is the key question. Now, this was raised by William Carpenter. He did one of the 3 studies at an NIMH hospital. And now put yourself in the shoes of William Carpenter in the late 70s. You have data that shows if people on meds, you take them away, they relapse. This is the first part. There's no question that once patients are placed on medication, they are less vulnerable to relapse if maintained on the drugs. That's the relapse studies. But what if these patients had never been treated with drugs to begin with? We raise the possibility that antipsychotic medication may make some patients more vulnerable to future relapse than would be the case in the normal course of the illness. You see why this takes your breath away? We're not talking about adverse effects here. We're worried that the drugs cause a change that make you more vulnerable to the very thing the drugs are supposed to treat, psychosis, okay? At this point, there's 2 people from McGill University in Montreal who put together a biological explanation for this paradox. They say the drugs block dopamine receptors. Your brain responds by increasing its dopamine receptors, okay? Now, what happens when you go off drugs? You've got the accelerator down, right? And they say that predisposes you. They also said the fact that you have this increase in dopamine receptors may eventually lead to a tardive or more chronic psychosis, okay? And you'll see this. When this happens, the tendency towards psychotic relapse in a patient who has developed such a supersensitivity, and by the way, as far as I can tell, they all do, it's a natural response to the brain, is determined by more than just the normal course of the illness. They then test their own thing, and they say, if we look at the end of 10 years, at least 30% of our patients are now chronically psychotic, and they're attributing it to the drug. And they say, when this happens, the illness appears worse than ever before. New symptoms of greater severity will appear. Now, there are stories of Guy Chenard and Barry Jones, the Canadian investigators, telling this story to other psychiatrists, and psychiatrists in the audience going, are you kidding me? Are you telling me the very drug I use to treat psychosis is making people more biologically vulnerable to psychosis? You can see the cognitive dissonance, right? It's very hard to understand that. And now what happens? This worry arises in the 80s and it gets put aside. Stop worrying about it. There's a famous, what's his name? Solomon Snyder, I think it was, who says, okay, we've looked at this, it's not a worry. And he puts it aside from Johns Hopkins, okay? Gets buried. So now we're going to say this. Was it a really valid worry or not? That was the early 80s. We're in 2015. And let's review all the evidence we can of whatever type and see if maybe it's a worry or maybe it's not a worry, okay? Cross-cultural studies. The World Health Organization conducted 2 cross-cultural studies in the 70s and 80s. One was 5 years in length, the other was 2 years in length. They compared outcomes in what they called developing countries, India, Nigeria, and Colombia, with outcomes in the US and 6 other rich countries. I do believe there was a Great Britain site in the study. Where was it at? Do you remember? It was one in Great Britain anyway. And what did they find? They found each time the outcomes were much better in the developing countries. By the way, this was the study that first attracted my attention to this whole subject. I wondered, why would living in a developed country, you'll see, be a strong predictor of not attaining a complete remission? Because I believed in the story of progress, and I'm wondering, well, why do you do better in rural India or rural Nigeria? Why do you do better? And you'll see exceptionally good social outcome. So after the first study, which is 5 years in length, and by the way, people are being diagnosed by Western doctors to standardize it, they hypothesized maybe the reason for the better outcomes in the poor countries is that they're more medication compliant. They take the drugs regularly. Now, that's a valid hypothesis. If you think the drugs are essential, then compliance should be associated with better outcomes. So they looked at medication usage, and what did they find? That in fact, in the poor countries, they were not maintaining people regularly on the drugs. And in fact, in the 2 countries with the best outcomes, India and Nigeria, they basically weren't maintaining people at all on the drugs. They used them acutely, then they got them off. And that's where you saw the best outcomes. So at least in cross-cultural studies, we see better outcomes in countries that were using the drugs differently, acutely but not chronically. It's just one data point, all right? And you see when they came back 15 to 20-year follow-up, so many of the patients where they weren't regularly medicated were never psychotic anymore, and look at the employment rate, 73%. I will tell you there's a new cross-cultural study done by Eli Lilly where the people in the poor countries, the developing countries, are kept on the drugs, and now their outcomes are as bad as ours in the developed world. Okay, I'm going to go real quickly because I'm running behind on this. But there has been some animal model research. It was done by Philip Seaman. Philip Seaman was at University of Toronto, one of the people who discovered the mode of action on these drugs and discovered the fact that they elevate D2 receptors. And what he's developed is an animal model where you give, like rats, lesions, or you give them angel dust, hallucinogens, or you do certain lesions to the part of the brain. And he notices all these insults to the brain that he associates with psychotic-like behavior raise due to the levels, the density of dopamine receptors, the D2 subtype. Every one, that's the final pathway. Okay? Okay, now he gives these rats Haldol or olanzapine, and what do these drugs do? The same thing. So he found that the drugs cause the very abnormality that the lesions to the brain cause as well that are part of his model. Then he did this very quick experiment. I love this experiment. He made his rats psychotic with one of these insults. He withdrew that. Well, then he put the drugs, the people on drugs, antipsychotics. It reversed their psychotic. Now the insult is removed. He just keeps them on the drugs, and now the psychotic-like behavior returned in the animals. He calls this breakthrough supersensitivity. These results are the first to demonstrate that breakthrough supersensitivity during ongoing treatment undermines treatment efficacy. So he's saying, at least in my animal models, the reason antipsychotics fail over time is they cause this increase in D2 receptors. Next, I'm going to go to this one. We now get MRI technology. We can now measure brain volumes. Nancy Andreasen is a very famous person in American psychiatry. She was the editor-in-chief of the American Journal of Psychiatry for a long time. She's a believer in the biological model. In the early 90s, she initiates this large MIR study of schizophrenia patients, and here's her theory. Schizophrenia is a neurodegenerative disease characterized by brain volume loss over time. Okay? So she does this, she measures brain volumes over time, and she finds that's true. Their brains are shrinking. Okay? You'll see this. So she says, we've found the cause. And she's saying the problem is the drugs don't arrest this brain volume loss. Then if you really look closely, she says, as this brain volume loss happens, you get an increase in negative symptoms. That's the apathy and all. Increased functional impairment after 5 years cognitive decline. But then the problem is, if you give these drugs to monkeys, you see the same thing. New drugs, old drugs, you see this brain volume loss. I presume the monkeys do not have schizophrenia. So it's drug-caused. So now she looks at this, and what does she say? Yes, this shrinkage is drug-related. Use of the old drugs, the new drugs, clozapine, all associated with smaller brain tissue volumes. Severity of illness, substance abuse had minimal or no effect. Here's what people are saying today. Maybe there is some brain shrinkage loss that is related to trauma, whatever you want to be. You may see some, in fact, at baseline before you go on the drug. But at the very least, then what drugs are doing is exacerbating that process. And so think about what you're seeing here. Drug comes in, causes a morphological change, and as that morphological change happens, you're getting worse negative symptoms and greater cognitive impairment. That's really a pretty clear model of an iatrogenic effect. You'll just see here, it causes the prefrontal cortex to slowly atrophy. This is Nancy Andreasen. So you see the data points we're adding, cross-cultural studies, animal models. Now we have an MRI technology. There's more evidence on this. I'm just going fast. Germans just reviewed this body of literature. Said there's great evidence for this. And it says these brain volume loss seems to depend on cumulative dosage and can exert adverse effects on neurocognition, negative and positive systems, and psychosocial functioning. In other words, this brain volume loss is causing worse functioning. Okay? This is the best prospective long-term study we have. It's done by Martin Harrow, a psychologist at the University of Illinois, along with a psychiatrist named Thomas Job. Here's its design. They enrolled 200 psychotic patients, and you'll see many of them are first episode. They're young, so we're getting them early in the course of the disorder. And everybody's going to be treated in the hospital with drugs. Then they're going to be discharged, and he's just going to follow them at 2, 4.5, 7, 10, 15, 20 years. At each follow-up, he's going to see, are they asymptomatic? How's their social functioning? And are they using meds? And the hypothesis is those who take themselves off meds are going to do horribly. He expects to find them in jail, just psychotic. This is, in essence, meant to be a long-term study expected to show why you have to have peace. At 2 years, he ends up with 64 schizophrenia patients in the 15 years and 81 with milder disorders. He also ends up with a group by end of 2 years is off meds, stays off meds all the time, and then there's another group of schizophrenia patients that is on meds and is compliant through the 20 years. And you will notice here, if I knew how to use this, but notice that when at 2 years, the people off medication are still psychotic. It's not that they got better on the drugs, they're not well. Okay, there's really no difference. Then look what happens between 2 and 4.5 years. This is the only place in the research literature you see this longer healing process off meds. The relapse studies don't capture this, right? Relapse studies, you're on drugs, you come off, and you relapse. But you see this longer healing process? And look at the number of people who are psychotic at the end of 10, 15, 20 years. It's less than 10%. This is schizophrenia patients, by the way. This is not all of them. Now, how about if you stay on drugs? Does that show a drug that is taming the symptoms? Does not. People are staying psychotic. This is consistent with the idea that dopamine supersensitivity undermines the long-term efficacy. Just real quickly, anxiety symptoms, same thing. You see this healing that goes on. Off drugs, on drugs, you see sort of a tardive akathisia developing, constant anxiety, cognitive function, better off drugs. Recovery rates, to be in recovery, you had to be asymptomatic and working or in school at least 50% of the time. There's a functional component. You'll see there's this great leap in recovery between year 2 and 4.5, such that 40% are in recovery off meds, only like 6, 7, 8% on meds. By 15 years, it's an 8-fold higher recovery rate. This is the spectrum of outcomes. Off drug, 40% recovered, 44% so-so, 16% uniformly poor. As you'll see, on drugs, only long-term study conclude. You can read this. Residents are not taught this information, okay? He also has milder disorders. Once again, it's the group off that does better. Now, please look at this. He ends up with 4 groups: schizophrenia on meds, milder disorders on meds, schizophrenia off meds, milder off. You see milder disorders on meds? They do worse than schizophrenia off. Now, schizophrenia have a worse prognosis, right? So how does schizophrenia off end up worse than milder on? You can see that one explanation is maybe the drugs are iatrogenic and they're worsening long-term outcomes. At the very least, this is a slide that needs to be examined. You can see that Martin Harrow, I got about 2 minutes left. Martin Harrow is saying, how unique is it that drugs that work over the short term become ineffective or harmful over the long term? He's now talking about this dopamine supersensitivity to explain why the drugs become harmful as the body readjusts biologically to the medications. I don't have time to go through this because I think it's 2 minutes or something. The complaint about Martin Harrow was it wasn't randomized, okay? It's naturalistic. Maybe there's some sort of natural selection. We get a randomized study out of the Netherlands, a 7-year study. People stabilized, then they're randomized either to tapering down to a low dose or off versus drug care as usual. Now look at this. If you stop this study at 2 years, you will get data that says use the drugs. Because the relapse rate was higher in the drug-tapered group. But they tried to manage people through that. There was actually very little rehospitalizations. At the end of 7 years, there's no difference in relapse rates, but look at recovery rates, more than twice as high for the tapered group. So now we have a randomized study supporting this idea. By the way, you can also, some of the people between year 2 and 7, it was a naturalistic study. If you'd been randomized to the drug continuation group, you could take yourself off. This is a grouping of people by the end who are off medication or on. You'll see greater symptom remission in those off, greater functional remission. Full recovery is, what is that, about 3 times as high. His conclusions, antipsychotics may worsen functional outcomes, and we have been looking at the wrong things, folks. We've been looking at relapse studies, and that misleads us. We need a bit broader perspective, and we need to look at functionality. I'm going to skip. Well, real quickly, they did a medication compliance study in Australia. The idea was the problem is people go off these drugs. If we could have social services that upped medication, people are put on drugs, they're stabilized. One group gets special care to up medication compliance. The other gets care as usual. It works. The social service increases medication compliance. The problem was, you can read, increase in medication adherence was associated with decreases in psychosocial functioning and increases in negative symptoms. So the program worked. The problem was it led to worse outcomes. And you can see this is consistent between previous research. You'll see now British Journal. Now, when I published Anatomy of an Epidemic in 2010, it was considered heresy to suggest that scientific literature showed, or at least raised the question, that these drugs were impairing long-term outcomes on the whole. Now it's really coming to the fore, and you're hearing more people in respective places saying, maybe this is so. And this is your editor, British Journal of Psychiatry. This is not a wild cry from the distant outback, but a considered opinion by influential researchers. Increasing body of evidence that the adverse effects are, to put it simply, not worth the candle. Even our recently resigned director is now saying, what does it say about the long-term use of antipsychotics? Are they potentially harmful? Again, I will tell you, when Anatomy of an Epidemic was published, I was likened in one major newspaper to an AIDS denier, which is like saying to the public, this guy is anti-scientific. Now you have the head of NIMH saying this. If we had time, we could also go and talk about a program in northern Finland where they use the drugs very selectively, limited for psychotic patients. That's the open dialogue program you've heard so much about. They now have the best outcomes in the Western world, so we even have an example of how to do it differently. But here's what I want to show you. We have, if we look at this counter-narrative, I've really presented a counter-narrative here today, but it's not that there's dueling evidence. I say there's this evidence with relapse studies. That's one body of evidence, and now I'm saying there's this other body of evidence. And in this counter-narrative where you're really looking, you see that a worry arises in science. It's good science that explains the increased chronicity. It has a biological explanation. You see that arise from the 1980s in mainstream psychiatric research done by the NIMH. See the worry arise. And now if we go over the 30 years and we look at all the different types of research we can find, what do we find? Cross-cultural studies, negative for antipsychotics. Animal modeling studies, negative for antipsychotics. MRI findings, negative. Longitudinal study, negative, that's HARO. Randomized study, wondering, that's negative. Drug compliance study, that's the last one, negative. Now, all I'm saying to you here, at some point it becomes a sort of look at this evidence, and then you all can decide and have a discussion, how meaningful is this evidence? Is it convincing to you or not? It may not be convincing to you. I've given grand rounds, and my favorite response in a debate was this. Group of psychiatrists. I presented basically this data. And finally, this was the response from one of the head psychiatrists. He says, I'm so sick. And what he says is, I know these drugs work. I see them work every day. I don't want to hear this anymore. And you know what? That was actually an honest response. In a sense, that's what his world is. So anyway, what I hope you see in this last, I've gone over 5 minutes here, is at the very least, there's a body of information out there that needs to be known, both in the psychiatric community and larger, and we need to discuss this. And I think ultimately what it will lead to is, can we figure out a use for these drugs, much more limited, like they have done in open dialogue, that produces so much better results. And this is actually an optimistic story. You remember that healing you saw between year 2 and 4.5? What you're really seeing here is a natural resilience, a natural capacity to recover. And imagine if we supported that. Those people who got off meds left care. They weren't getting any care at all. And you know what happened, Harold found? They disappeared into society, those who got off successfully. One became a doctor, not a doctor, there was a lawyer, a teacher. Do you think now then in their job they go, hey, you know, I used to be schizophrenic? They disappear. And what we're really seeing here in this is a possibility of having much greater improved outcomes. So thank you. Questions, sir?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Robert, for that cogently argued, powerful presentation. Thank you ever so much. And I'm sure people are itching to ask you questions, so I think it's probably best if we go straight to the floor. We have a couple of roving mics, so please address your question to the mic so everybody in the room can hear you. The lady, I saw your arm go up first, so if you'd like to get us underway.
Thank you. In the Harrow study, do we know how long those people have been on antipsychotics before they actually were taken off them, the ones who did well?
Yeah. Did you hear her question? She was asking the Harrow study, how long were they antipsychotics before, you said before they were taken off? They were not taken off. They took themselves off. Yeah. So there was no tapering support. It's just, as you know, some people don't like the drugs and come off. The truth of the matter is this. If you look at the people who were successful in getting off, most of them got off by year 2. So they weren't on so long. They took them, but there was even, he had a thing, by the way, in bad prognosis schizophrenia and good prognosis schizophrenia. Now, in the good prognosis group was people with a better sense of self. And more in that group did take themselves off. But even in the bad prognosis group, those who took themselves off had better long-term outcomes. So even that subgroup had better outcomes, those who took themselves off. I think this needs further investigation. Harrow is continuing to look at his data. I think this is one of the questions. But the truth of the matter is, it really was people who managed to get off early on that did well. And you know tardive dyskinesia, now we have a lot more tardive dyskinesia than you do. But tardive dyskinesia, which is this basal ganglia dysfunction, so motor movement dysfunction, is associated with an increase in these D2 receptors. So now you get this tardive dyskinesia, right? And sometimes they take you off the drug, but the tardive dyskinesia remains. And at autopsy, people will have these elevated D2 receptor numbers, which is a sign that, at least in some people, long term, they come off and the receptor densities don't renormalize. I want to emphasize, it's a thought. We need investigations into what happens and renormalization. But in the Harrow study, people got off early who did well.
Thank you. The gentleman sitting here with the...
Compiled a question based on my experience on the receiving end of psychiatry. First off, I wanted to just concur that withdrawal from key medications for bipolar disorder are highly addictive. And the withdrawal process that I've experienced myself from lithium carbonate and from olanzapine was horrendous, and often the symptoms of withdrawal were confused with the symptoms of the condition per se that I was suffering from. So I'd like to offer anybody who's withdrawing support in that. Additionally, more harm than good, yes, I've suffered severe side effects as a result of being on these medications over the years, developing diabetes, from the olanzapine hyperglycemia and hypothyroidism. So really my question was initially going to be, how do we redirect sources of funding to the root causes of conditions such as my own, which would have been much more easily addressed had it been originally directed towards the psychological and in fact sexual abuse issues that I suffered myself. Very interestingly and very relevantly to this conference, which I congratulate you for, I'm on the threshold of starting a course of antidepressants because of the despair that I feel as a consequence of these 30 years of trial and error. I'm strongly encouraged not to continue with those, although I appreciate
that is the very question they lead to, is what alternatives should we support and fund? I think when you have conferences like this, it's pretty easy to conclude at the end, in my opinion, that the biological, drug-centered paradigm of care we've had for 35 years has failed us as a whole. you have addiction problems, withdrawal problems. And by the way, I was just talking about the benefit side of the equation of antipsychotics. I wasn't even talking about the adverse effects, et cetera. But I think really then, if we stop believing in the conventional narrative, which these drugs fix things, they're so essential, and they're not very harmful, then you have a social question: what should we do? Where should we put our money? And I think we're getting closer to that question. You do have some NHS money going into open dialogue pilot, which is fantastic. That's what I mean, you're ahead of everybody else. It's an example of a changing paradigm. I think I heard that Joanne Moncrief, can I say this, is getting money to do a drug tapering research on antipsychotics. All that's a sign of good things. I think we need research into how do you get people off, what does happen to the brain after long term, and a lot more money into alternatives and how we can do things better.
It's more of a rather a question, it's a comment. I'm a practicing psychiatrist, but I'm also a group therapist. Two things. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm a practicing psychiatrist as well as a group therapist, and I'm struggling with trying to balance both, because there are many people who needed therapy, wants tablets, and the vice versa. So this is a struggle I always trying to somehow to manage. I always tell my patients the diagnostic label is not for them, it's for me to think in a sort of an organized way, because the people are experiencing chaos. Just two comments. One was two statements. One is called in the animal kingdom, the rule is you eat or you'll be eaten. The race in the 21st century, the human kingdom is you categorize or you'll be categorized. The other one is in the past, when science weak, religion strong, we accepted rituals or magic for medicine. Now, science strong, religion weak, we confuse medicine for magic.
Agree.
Thank you very much for that comment. The lady with her arm up in the middle.
I have been suffering from diagnosed labeled with schizophrenia since the age of 23. I started to suffer with suicide ideation, anxiety, and paranoia. I had things to be paranoid about when I was in my teens. My mother sent me to the GP. He sexually molested me, also sexually molested my sister. So she kept me away from doctors. And I recovered with her nursing care and went back to work. I think I'm suffering from Parkinson's. I've been trying to come off the drugs to avoid brain damage for the past 6 years. It was not done slowly enough. Because of 35 years on these drugs, it has to be done extremely slowly. Now, I visited David Healy in Llandudno. He backed me up, said I had dystonia, which my psychiatrist has not recognized. My CPN has not recognized, although she witnessed it. So David Healy backed me up and sent me a letter to my GP, so I've got that. So, but it's at my request, and listen to Will Hall on a video on YouTube, talk about coming off these drugs. Has to be done extremely slowly. Sometimes it can take people 10 years to come off these medications. At my request, I'm coming off at 1% a month of the Haldol Decanote. I'm determined not to have another psychotic episode. Sure. And to me, Peter Bregan gives people like me hope. He says with talking therapy, you can make a complete and utter recovery. And I believe in the man. I believe this is possible. I now have had talking therapy with an existential therapist for 2 years. I'm now getting therapy from a counselor in America online. This has been a changing point in the direction of my life. I never had talking therapy before. I would strongly advise it to everybody with mental health issues to seek out talking therapy. There has been 100% proof in open dialogue therapy in Finland and Lapland. They are making cures for people with open dialogue family therapy. Family therapy. Psychiatrists, ignore your past history of family, ignore the family, take away the rights of the family on their children, and this is a crime against humanity. It is against human rights.
Thank you.
I just want to say one of the nice things that is happening today, one of the reasons for optimism, I think, is that finally the voice of those who have been diagnosed and their experiences is finally being heard and incorporated into what we think about. You have a great Hearing Voices network here. That's very powerful change. You have Eleanor Longden here. You have some incredible people. So I think this is really great that we're hearing the voice of people who are being treated, or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got time for just two more short questions. Robert will be here again in the afternoon, so that we can ask more questions then, but just two short questions before coffee, please. So the gentleman with the beard sitting there, the glasses and the beard. Thank you. Sorry.
The evidence for schizophrenia, most of the evidence you've pointed out is for psychosis. Is there similar evidence for bipolar disorder and withdrawal of mood stabilizers and antipsychotics for bipolar disorder, and long-term studies in bipolar disorder at all?
Yeah, so bipolar disorder, it has two mysteries to it. One is the frequency with which it's being diagnosed today is so much greater than it was 30, 40 years ago, especially in the United States. It used to be, manic depressive illness used to be, the prevalence studies would find it maybe 1 in 3,000. We're now to like 1 to 2% of our population has the diagnosis. So there's just been extraordinarily increased, and there's some reasons for that. But yeah, you see actually, if you compare long-term outcome studies today for bipolar patients compared to the old manic depressive patients who were hospitalized, it runs a much more chronic course today, that's one. And it's even recognized. There was a meeting in 2008 at the American Psychiatric Association, and you heard people like Fred Goodwin, who's written a text on manic depressive illness, like a group that would have like a bout every 3 years, and only about 20% became chronically ill. Employment rates long-term used to be 75, 80, 85%. They would lose employment when they had the episodes. Now we're down to employment in the United States about 33%. So they'll say, what's going on? The course is worse than it used to be. And my favorite quote is by Ross Baldessarini. The course is worse than it used to be despite the therapeutic advances. And yeah, there's really good evidence that if you go on lithium and then you come off, the return of a manic episode or depressive episode is much shorter. I think it's 7 times shorter than in previous times. So you have the same withdrawal effects, the same sort of problems, especially with the antipsychotics added on to the mood stabilizers with decreases in functioning. So if you want to look at the disability numbers, particularly in the United States, we do have diagnostic differences. It's bipolar that's really driving the disability numbers because we have so many more bipolar patients, and now they're not working. And if you look at past the bipolar today, it's expanded diagnostics, it's use of illegal drugs, that is a pathway, marijuana and all, and it's the antidepressants and stimulants, especially the antidepressants. You get manic episodes in a certain percentage, at least in the US, then they get diagnosed as bipolar. So that's a big thing.
Thank you. And one final short question, if I may. Take someone further up. Sorry, Alison. The lady there in the, yep, you've got, okay.
Which one are you?
If you wave your arm to Alison, there we go.
Hello, Robert. For those of us who've tried to get our children off antipsychotics, neuroleptic drugs, we all know that it's extremely difficult, particularly when you get to the lower doses of the drug. Now, I don't know whether you've heard or whether you know about the research, well, I don't know whether it's research, but if when neuroleptics are gradually reduced, when somebody is at a low dose of a neuroleptic, the drug works post-synaptically as well as, and consequently, you get a renewal of a psychosis. Had you heard about this, or?
I didn't know about it. As you tapered off, you get an increase in dopamine release. I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay. So a friend of mine, she picked up some information regarding the antipsychotic that her son was on, and she got the work together, and the son said, well, I feel rough at 75, I will go back up to 100, and so went back up to 100 and then gradually reduced it. They did this 2 or 3 times, but he always felt worse at the lower doses. And suddenly he said one day to his mum, I'm going to stop the lot. Dead. 6 months later, he had one delusional episode, which the mum managed to sort him out, and he's been off drugs satisfactorily now for nearly 10 years. Assume that it's probably the same throughout the neuroleptic classes.
Yeah, here's the thing on this. So the common wisdom is you have to taper very slowly, right?
Yeah, but this is fine, I agree with that.
Well, I'm not sure I do.
Oh, right. So you're just saying you stop it, if you're on like 500 milligrams of clozapine, you'd stop it just like that?
No, I'm not saying, abrupt withdrawal clearly is really problematic, okay? That's dangerous, abrupt withdrawal.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, we haven't studied this scientifically. And I'll give you an example of why I'm not sure of this, about this real slow tapering. 2 things. There was a studies, when they did a meta-analysis of the research literature in 1996 of all the relapse studies, okay? And they said, okay, but he did find studies where people had been on a depot injection and then didn't get the next injection. So in a way, that was a marker for more gradual withdrawal, okay?
Yeah.
Now, in that instance, so in essence, I don't know how long the life of a depot injection is, okay? But it's
2 weeks to 4 weeks, isn't it?
4 weeks, okay? Okay, that would be seen as an abrupt withdrawal, right? So 6 weeks would be seen as abrupt withdrawal. What was the relapse rate for people who did not get another depot injection? Now, this is the old drugs, like the Haldol injection and all. It was only 38% in the first 6 months. And then they said those who were well at the end of 6 months had an excellent chance of remaining well indefinitely. My point is this. There is some worry that this happens with slow withdrawal. See if I can get this up. If it's more abrupt, please do not, this is not medical advice. You asked me a question. This is just the questioning I think we need to ask. There is some thought that, okay, so you have this increased, let's do it with the antidepressants, because I think that's a little bit better. So you're on an antidepressant. That lowers the density of your serotonergic receptors, okay? Now, say you come off slowly. What they're saying is these receptors may not renormalize because there's no sort of jolt to the brain. So there is some thought if you give a better jolt to the brain, yeah, you're going to go through withdrawal symptoms, but maybe that actually will trigger more of a renormalization. And it's a little bit like when you try to go cold turkey off opiates. No, no, listen, I'm not, no.
I agree that total withdrawal, abrupt withdrawal could cause psychosis and delusions.
Yeah.
But they might not be prolonged, and you could go through this process
Okay.
and then make a complete and utter recovery, and it could be proven. But how do you get away with suffering from psychosis, delusions, and not be arrested by the local?
Okay, and my answer to this question is this, we don't know. We haven't studied how to come off these drugs successfully. I was talking to Peter this morning, is we have a door that enters into the system, we have no exit door.
How do you put yourself up for research?
Well, but my only plea to this question is we need to know more about how to do this successfully. That's all I'm saying, is we need to know more about how to do it successfully and what happens to the brain. That's all I'm pleading for, and maybe we need places people can be safe while they go through withdrawal.
Good. Right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you for your questions. I'm sorry, we're going to have to close it for now.
Okay,
because
so
we've got,
I'd like to ask another question later,
Coffee
please.
awaits in the room at the end of the corridor. Can I please all ask you to try and get back here by 11:45, because we'll be starting on time. Thank you very much. No, it's fine. No, it's okay, no.
You know what I was going to say when I came up here?
Yeah.
Article for Mad in America, so I just wanted to introduce myself to Robert.
Are you one of his
No.
calls and correspondence?
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome back.
I've got this. I wonder if you can mention it. Oh, okay.
Now, we do have to start, so we keep on schedule. So before I introduce our next speaker for this morning, we're going to play you the second of the 3 short films we're going to be playing today.
Mary was a very fine girl. She was the girl I was attracted to. We got married after quite a short courtship. So she was very attractive. She was talented in music, and she had a sense of humour, and she had a good social conscience, and all of those good qualities that appealed to me. And as I say, we had quite a short courtship, so I was very smitten by her. And certainly, as regards her mental health, there was no sign of any kind of problem there whatsoever.
My first experience with psychiatry was going to have a baby. I got nitrous oxide and I reacted to the nitrous oxide. It was it affected me, my mind. Then I got Sparine, which is a neuroleptic. I got that twice, and the second time it is even down on my records that I was allergic to that. But the doctors didn't take any notice of that. They just continued to give me more drugs after my child was born, and on the 3rd day afterwards I was sent to a psychiatric hospital. I was given ECT at that time. I referred to it as electroshock myself because ECT to me, it's electroconvulsive therapy. It was never therapy for me. It was wiping away important memories. The worst aspect of that was that some of the beautiful pieces that I learned prior to that, one of them was called Sonata Pathétique and by Beethoven, and I could play that by memory for the diploma because I had practiced 5 hours every day for 2 years. So it was very much in my memory, and after that I couldn't play it at all. It's very clear to me that electroshock can wipe away certain parts of you, and I believe that everything that was part of me should be mine to have, not for some doctors to take away, thinking that it's helping me because it didn't help me. Over a period of 6 weeks, I received 13 different electroshocks. Including, at the same time, including many different neuroleptics, at least 5, experimenting with them. The one I remember the most, or I noticed the most, was Haldol, because I know this is a very, very powerful neuroleptic, and I think that it was crazy to give it to me because I had just had a baby. I didn't get a chance to go to home to see what it'd be like, even to go home and be with my child at home.
After her treatment, she was a completely different person. She was heavily drugged. She took 3 tablets every day. I kind of oversaw her taking her tablets, making sure she took them at the appointed time. And the result was she was very, very drowsy during the day. She was very stiff in her movements. She held her arms quite stiffly by her side. She would fall asleep quite easily and could never arise any day until well after lunchtime. So she was very kind of out of it. She functioned okay, but not by any means as a normal person.
I came off the final drug, which was lithium, which I was taking for many years too, about 15 years, in 2000. And I was finally off all the drugs I had been on prior to that. And even very soon after that, what was really good for me was I was able to connect again. I was able to connect, my feelings returned, and my cognitive powers returned as well. And this for me was the most wonderful thing in the world, even though I was very hurt by the drugs from taking them from almost a lifetime, because I could feel myself again, I could think again, and no matter what other adverse effects I had, which I had many, this was so important to me that I wanted to stay off them for the rest of my life after that.
Psychiatry has had a major impact on our lives and on Mary's lives. Now, I would grant it that the people concerned thought they were acting with the best of intentions. But the reality was that psychiatry severely damaged and compounded whatever difficulties Mary suffered after the birth of her daughter all of those years ago. So today I would say to people that think twice before you go near psychiatry, that the treatments intended to cure very often have the opposite effect and in fact damage, and the person can end up being worse off in many respects than they were originally.
I see a vast difference in my mum now since she's come off all the medication. She's a different person completely. She's a very independent person now. She's not intimidated easily by things. She's very spirited, very passionate, whereas when she was on the medication, none of that passion came out. She was very zombified, if you would like to describe it like that. You know, her emotions were very suppressed. She's full of, you know, now she does things that amazes me. You know, she's, you know, she goes to conferences. Before she was quite a shy person, and her emotions were definitely suppressed. Whereas now she
Okay, so welcome back. I'd like to now introduce, there we are, it's better. I'd like to now introduce our next speaker for this morning, Professor Peter Gøtzsche. Now, Peter is a great titan in the clinical research community, least of all for co-founding the Cochrane collaboration in 1993, and he is now director of the Nordic Cochrane Centre. He's also Professor of Clinical Research Design and Analysis at the University of Copenhagen and has published over 70 papers, and he's also published in the big 5 medical journals, which very few people have actually managed to achieve. And he's been cited a staggeringly 15,000 times. He is author of the following books: Rational Diagnosis and Treatment, Mammography, Screaming, Deadly Medicines and Organized Crime, and his most recent book, Deadly Psychiatry and Organized Denial. So please join me in warmly welcoming Peter Gøtzsche.
Thank you so much. Well, it was difficult to find the right title. I had 18 different proposals before I settled on that one, which I feel is the right one. Okay, I'm a researcher, and the views I present today do not represent those of any organization. They're, of course, mine, but they are based on science. They don't come out of blue air, thin air, that's what you call it. Now, it's depressingly easy to get a diagnosis of depression. In America, they say that 10% are depressed at any given time, but it doesn't take much to be depressed. If you have less interest in doing things you usually do in 8 days out of 14, plus one additional symptom, which can be difficulty sleeping, difficulty eating or overeating, which most Americans do, or running around more than usual, which could be because you just got a big grant for your research. But apart from joking with it, it's that serious. Imagine a boy whose sweetheart left him. How do you think his next 14 days will be like? Miserable. He can't sleep, he can't eat. Bingo, you have a diagnosis of depression. What happens next? He will likely get a pill if he looks up a GP or a psychiatrist. Now, one of the things that have been criticized a lot about DSM is how they look on bereavement. In the DSM-3, you were allowed to feel sad for 1 year before you got a diagnosis of depression. Then it became 2 months, and then 2 weeks. So I wonder, why not 2 days in the next edition? And of course, doctors are not like that. Do you really think that they sit with a sad person and say, well, let me look up in the DSM? No, you need to wait another 10 days before I can give you the pills. You will get the pills immediately. That's how it works. And why cannot the psychiatrists get enough? I hear them complaining about they have too much work to do. Yes, because they turn a lot of temporary problems into chronic ones with their drugs. Of course they have too much to do. If they use drugs far less, I think we would have enough psychiatrists. Now, do they have any benefits? There was a huge FDA meta-analysis of 100,000 patients in placebo-controlled trials. Half of them were depressed. And what the FDA found was that 50% responded on drug and 40% on placebo. Now, when I tell psychiatrists that these are poor drugs, then they say, well, they are perhaps not that fantastic, but then the patients benefit from the placebo effect. This is not true, because to know what the placebo effect is, you need what? An untreated control group. If you don't do anything, most people would feel better after some weeks. That's not a placebo effect to do nothing. So what happens in a placebo group is not a placebo effect. Very few people understand this elementary methodology. It's not. Okay, but is the effect correct? No, it's not. The effect is measured on highly subjective scales like the Hamilton Depression Scale. So one of my senior researchers collected all trials in the world literature in all diseases that had a blinded and a non-blinded observer. And why did he do that? Because these trials are not adequately blinded. Most patients and doctors will know whether an active drug is used or placebo, because active drugs have side effects, dry mouth, blurred vision, whatever. So the blinding is not good. So therefore he wanted to see what if there is no blinding, what happens? Well, what happened was that the effect was exaggerated by 36% on average, measured as odds ratio, by the non-blinded researchers. And these trials mostly use subjective outcomes. You don't blind a researcher if you are studying death, of course. That's not necessary. Now, what if the blinding has been broken for all patients in the antidepressant trials? Then the effect is 0. But it doesn't need to be broken for everyone, just to quite few ones. If it leads to misclassification of the outcome, then the 40% becomes 45, the 50% becomes 45 if it is broken in rather few people. So there is no effect. Here is one of the most important Cochrane reviews ever made. It's made by Joanna Moncrief, psychiatrist here in the UK, and her colleagues. Since these trials are poorly blinded, they looked at trials that had actually been blinded, namely by adding a substance to the placebo that gives you side effects. This is called atropine. It gives you dry mouth, like antidepressants, so it's a good thing to do. And what did they find? Omitting the trial with an implausibly large effect, they found a standardized mean difference of 0.17, which I converted to 1 on the Hamilton scale, which goes up to 52. That's nothing. The effect is gone. A German psychiatrist looked at what is the minimum change that can barely be perceived by people. That's 5 to 6 on this scale. So 1 is actually nothing. And the bare minimum that can be perceived as a change is not clinically relevant. Because you can see, it doesn't mean there is enough light to read a newspaper. And you could see this, you can see the same about these bare differences, minimum differences people can perceive. Now, why were the trials so old? They were from the 60s mainly, because placebo trials are done by the drug industry. They are not so foolish that they put something into the placebo, because then we could all see that the emperor has no clothes. Then they couldn't sell drugs to us. So these are the type of trials we need badly, also in psychiatry. But even those trials that were not adequately blinded, what did they tell us? They were biased, but what did they tell us? In children, the psychiatrist said that, well, there is some minor effect, Hamilton of 2, but what did the children say? Hamilton 0.4, 5 times less. And there are other meta-analyses of these trials. They all show about the same. What about the old drugs? And in adults, not children, like amitriptyline, what did the psychiatrist say? Again, an effect of 0.25, which is really nothing. And what did the patients say? They don't work at all. Now, here is an important meta-analysis of 2 drugs, fluoxetine and venlafaxine, done by an American statistician who receives a lot of industry money and produces some very strange research again and again, not always completely honest. But here he wanted to see how quickly do patients improve when they get antidepressant drugs. And what you can see is that they all, on average, they were severely depressed because they had a Hamilton of 21. How long did it take before they came down to about 13, which means mild depression? Well, around 4 weeks or a little longer on drug. How much longer did it take if they got placebo? 1 week to the same point in a couple of days, a matter of days. Is it really worthwhile to use drugs with a lot of harms to gain a benefit of a couple of days before you arrive at the same level of depression? I think definitely not. So everything I have, not everything, of course, there's a lot of flawed research, but the good research I have looked at tells me the same story. These drugs likely don't work for depression. It's all a fata morgana. Do you know what that is? No, it's out in the desert when you think there is a lake, but there is nothing. Mirage, that's French. I didn't know English people speak mirage. That's logical. They don't. They leave the trials as quickly on drugs as on placebo, so they don't work again. After only 2 months, half of the patients have stopped taking the drugs. And this is in trials where psychiatrists, often on an industry payroll, they have an incentive of telling the patients, you must stay on the drug, because if they don't, they might not get paid. Because sometimes the payment is dependent on that they carry through the whole trial. And what did the psychiatrists think about antidepressant drugs when they first came on the market, the newer ones, I mean, the SSRIs? Well, the first big one was Prozac, which the German drug regulator deemed totally unsuitable for the treatment of depression. And when Eli Lilly's director in Sweden presented fluoxetine for Swedish psychiatrists, they laughed him out. How can you ever think you can get this terrible drug approved? But then he found out who the guy was, who was going to write a report to the Swedish authorities about Prozac. And already at their second meeting, that guy, Anders Forsman, he said how many dollars it would cost to write a positive report about a drug he had laughed out some weeks earlier. This he did, and he did a great career after this corruption. He became assessor for the country of Sweden in legal matters, in psychiatric legal matters. So you can get away with it. Many doctors and patients think antidepressants work, but why is that so? It's because you are not well, you do something, some weeks later you are well, then you make the error of thinking that's because of the drug. You confuse the spontaneous healing that takes place. So when psychiatrists in debates with me say, according to my clinical experience, these are very good drugs, I think your clinical experience is worth absolutely nothing because you don't know what would have happened if you hadn't done anything. There's no control. You can also ask, Hamilton scale has been much criticized. Why do we treat people with depression? To get them back to work and save relationships and all that sort of thing. Do they work on that? There are thousands of trials of antidepressants. I have never seen such a positive outcome in any of them. So either it has not been studied, or it was, and it was pretty negative and buried in company archives. What about sexual problems? They actually cause sexual problems in half of those treated who had no sexual problem before they started an antidepressant drug. Does that save intimate relationships, that you destroy people's sex life? I don't think so. And an FDA scientist found out that the drug companies are routinely putting the blame on patients and their so-called diseases and not on the drug. For example, when females couldn't get orgasm, it was coded as female genital disorder. It's your problem, it's your fault, not our pill's fault. And Eli Lilly said only 2% become sexually disturbed, but there is good research. Here is a Spanish study. 60% of people who had a normal sex life became sexually disturbed. Please do not interrupt me while I'm talking, please. Please, there will be questions afterwards. I have planned for this very carefully. Could you be quiet? So, decreased libido in 60% of the patients, delayed orgasm or ejaculation in 60% of the patients. So actually the drugs do something to prevent a man from having ejaculation. That's pretty strong stuff. Erectile dysfunction or decreased lubrication. Well, when I lectured for Australian child psychiatrists half a year ago, one of them said he knew 3 boys who couldn't get an erection the first time they were about to have sex. They were on antidepressant drug. All of them tried suicide after this experience. So what we do to people is really serious. How could they think it was the pills? They thought it was themselves that was the problem. That's what patients typically think. Some patients yawn during orgasm. That's not the most fantastic way of starting a new relationship. You can yawn later, but not during climax. What about abstinence symptoms, which are usually called withdrawal symptoms? For citalopram in the UK, for example, it says that in clinical trials about 40% of patients experience, now it's called discontinuation symptoms. You don't call a spade for a spade. You should do that in psychiatry. So then they recommend, with a tremendous British understatement, that the dose is gradually reduced over a period of at least 1 week. Some of you in here will know that it can take years, and some of you will never succeed. You will be hooked on the drugs for the rest of your lives. I had a PhD student who found out that the withdrawal symptoms were actually pretty much the same for benzodiazepines and SSRIs, and they were not described as dependence for SSRIs. Why? Because the American psychiatrist on company dollars introduced a new version of what does it mean to be dependent. just before Prozac came on the market. It must have been worth billions for the drug companies. So now I hear psychiatrists telling me they don't become dependent on SSRIs, they just need to be educated that this is not a problem. That's what psychiatrists generally say. And then they also say, you don't become dependent on SSRIs because dependence means that you should crave higher and higher doses. And then I say, great, then no one is dependent on cigarettes because they smoke 20 every day and have done that for years, no dependence there. Great, we can stop smoking tomorrow. For patients knows what it is about. When you ask patients, half of them will tell you it's difficult to stop SSRIs. Now, what does the UK drug regulator say? Oh, they're not addictive, they said 10 years ago. But the same year, the WHO actually published a report that noted that 3 SSRIs, fluoxetine, paroxetine, and sertraline, were among the top 30 highest-ranking drugs for which drug dependence had ever been reported. And now we're including morphine and other opiates. In the same year, GlaxoSmithKline, in small print, revised its previous estimate of the risk of withdrawal symptoms from 0.2% to 25%. That's a 100 times increase. They surely didn't publicize this and say, sorry, we are wrong, we have fooled you. It was in small print in the patient information. Now, Eli Lilly wanted to show that their drug is better than other drugs because fluoxetine 2 weeks. So Eli Lilly thought that if you suddenly stop the drug and put placebo in the pills 4 to 24 months after patients had become well, then they would probably develop worse abstinence symptoms on sertraline and paroxetine that have a short half-life than on fluoxetine. This was exactly what happened. If you look at the other drugs first, then you can see the withdrawal symptoms. They didn't know when the placebo period came, of course. This was blinded. So the withdrawal symptoms included worsened mood in about 1/3, irritability 1/3, agitation 1/3. What does this mean? Agitation can be a euphemism for akathisia. What does akathisia do? It increases the risk that patients commit suicide and homicide. It's very, very serious. So what Eli Lilly showed was that these drugs are very dangerous if you stop abruptly. And also Hamilton increased by at least 8 in 1/3 of patients on sertraline and paroxetine. What does that mean? That means that you could say now these people had become depressed after they had been well for 4 to 24 months. What is the likelihood that a person who has been well for so long becomes truly depressed in just one random week? Maybe 1 in 100. It's not 1 in 3. So what you see here is proof that withdrawal symptoms include depression. Then doctors will tell you that you are still ill or your depression came back, so now you have to go on forever on these drugs. But how can you distinguish between an abstinence depression and a true depression that would have occurred at any rate? You can do that very often by giving people the full dose. Then, within a matter of hours, many people will feel considerably better. You remember the curve I showed you before? It takes weeks before people become better. So if they become better in a matter of hours, it's a false depression. It's caused by the drug, as Robert said so eloquently. It's not caused by your disease. It's the drug that causes this. Now, I got this data from Finland. If you put 100 people on an antidepressant drug in Finland, then 5 years later, almost half of them are still on an antidepressant drug. Not necessarily the first one, because if you're still feeling bad, then the psychiatrist might say, then we'll try another one. Although that won't help either, because none of them work. But that's what people do. And then what does this mean? In the old days, when we didn't have these terrible drugs, A depression didn't last that long. It didn't last 5 years. It lasted some months, and then not very many got a return of a depression within the next year or two. So what this curve illustrates you so beautifully is, I'm sorry for saying this, legal drug addiction. That's what this curve means. Yeah, I think it's clear enough. And about half of the patients have been told, sometimes 80% have been told about the chemical imbalance, and you know that this is all wrong, so I don't need to say more about this. What about the ultimate outcome that we want to prevent when people are depressed, namely suicide? Do they work for this? No, they don't. The FDA asked the manufacturers to go through their files and report to them the number of suicide and suicide attempts, suicidal thoughts, and so on. And when the FDA published their internal report, they said that antidepressants increase suicidal behavior till age 40, and when you're older, it looks like they might protect, because now the FDA said, well, it's only risky up till age 25, and after that it's fine, you're on the right side of not harming people. So do they stop harming people at your 25th birthday? Of course they don't. And these data are completely wrong, and I will tell you why. Now, in the FDA's big analysis, there were only 5 suicides in 50,000 patients. That's 1 per 10,000. I found minor materials on drugs that were included in the FDA analysis where there were far more suicides. For example, you can see 9 suicides in just 7,000 patients on fluoxetine. That's 13 per 10,000. Up here, 14 on fluoxetine, 17 on paroxetine. And even worse, the man who was in charge of analysis, Thomas Logren, he said in 2006, there's only 1 suicide per 10,000. That's the first line up there. But 5 years earlier, the same man went into the trials in FDA's possession and now reported 10 per 10,000, namely 22 suicides in 22,000. I mean, how can the same man report only 1/10 the number of suicides 5 years later? Because the FDA took great care not to embarrass the drug industry. They told them to go back and look what they could find, but the drug industry had already cheated on the FDA earlier. So this is like telling a criminal, go back to the scene of the crime. We won't send any police detectives. Just tell us what you find. Then come back and report to us. We won't check you. We'll believe you, of course. You're an honest person. That's what the FDA did. So I think there's likely to have been 15 times more suicides on active drug than the FDA reported. That's a pretty big error, 1,400%. And one of the tricks FDA used was only to count events occurring within 24 hours after stopping drug. You have just learned it's very dangerous to stop a drug, okay? So I'll tell you what this means. But another was that Eli Lilly and other drug companies very early on told the clinical investigators, if the patients become agitated or get akathisia, use a benzodiazepine or chlorohydrate or something to calm them down. What does that mean? You remove some of the suicidality because you calm people down. It also means we don't know what the effect is of an antidepressant if they have used more benzos in the active group than in the placebo group, because benzos also work for depression. Can you see that? So this whole trial literature is totally unreliable. And many suicidal events had been coded as something else, like admission to hospital or emotional lability, or left the trial, but the poor guy was going to kill himself, but we didn't learn about it. And only people at very low risk of committing suicide were recruited for the trials. Now, if the drug companies truly believed that these drugs protect against suicide, do you think they would have had this clause, no, we won't have anybody who is at risk of suicide in our trials? They wouldn't. If you study a cardiovascular drug, you don't say, we don't want anyone in our trials that don't have any risk of getting a myocardial infarction, a heart attack. You don't do that. Now, there are 2 big flaws in all psychiatric drug trials. First of all, as Bob has told you, you take patients already in treatment, then you may have a short washout period of 1 week or less. And if the patient gets very bad, then you get a false impression of the drugs. But not only that, you can get abstinence symptoms after the first week. So if you become suicidal here and it's caused by abstinence, then fine, then your drug looks better. Because in the other group, you don't have the same abstinence symptoms. So these trials are terribly flawed. And then conveniently, events after treatment are ignored, and I'll show you what this means. Namely, sertraline. We're not talking about children. Everybody knows that these drugs are dangerous for children, but many psychiatrists think that they protect against suicide in adults. They don't. Now, this is in adults, sertraline. Suicides and suicide attempts. The FDA analysis that only looked at events up till 24 hours after the randomized phase stopped, what did they find? A little decrease in suicidality, not much, and not significant. Now, when Pfizer looked at their own trials, it looked far better. Now, our drug halved the risk of suicide or suicide attempt. Great. But Pfizer was a bit careless because they also looked at what happened if we look at up till 30 days after they came off the drugs. Oh, that wasn't good because now sertraline increased the risk of suicide by 50%. So you can go from a halving to an increase of 50% just by including a longer follow-up period. Now, independent British researchers that had access to the data at the drug regulator also found that sertraline seems to increase the risk of suicides in adults. It wasn't quite statistically significant, but it was a doubling. You should not worry about whether things are statistically significant. I mean, one person that falls out of an airplane and dies, that's not a statistically significant death, it's just one. When we look at harms, we should forget about these p-values and statistical significance. We should look at what do the point estimates, what story do they tell us? Now, David Healy had access to company files because of court cases in the United States, and he found out that if somebody became suicidal during the washout period, it was added to the placebo period with the argument, well, they didn't get any drug, okay? And if they became suicidal after they came off the drug, it was conveniently removed and added to the placebo group because, well, they didn't get any drug, but it might have been caused by the drug because of abstinence, but they were added to the other group. Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, the big earner to your national economy in this country, Eli Lilly, they all did the same. This I call cheating. Now, what about people at my age? Well, they seem to be very harmful, antidepressants. There is a beautiful British study where patients were their own control. So in one period, they didn't get a drug. In another period, they did get a drug. So it was the same patient. And what happened? Well, if you treated just 28 people for 1 year, you killed one of them with an SSRI. That's a death rate of 3%. This was so unbelievable to dangerous, very dangerous in the elderly. And we know some of the mechanism because elderly people tolerate psychiatric drugs very poorly. Everything that affects the brain, they tolerate poorly. So they might fall, lose balance, fall, and break a hip. What does that mean? Psychiatrists don't even keep antidepressants out of reach of children. It should be forbidden to use these drugs in children. They drive them into suicide. But actually, I think they should be taken off the market because they don't work and they cause a lot of harm and produce a lot of drug addicts. Why not take them off the market? That would be far better. And then people say, what's the alternative? What's the alternative to antidepressant drugs? Simple. No antidepressant drugs. How? I mean, people always start arguing, well, psychotherapy isn't always that effective and it depends on whether the psychotherapist is good or bad. And yes, all true. But psychotherapy is another discussion. The alternative to drugs is no drugs. It's very easy. We would have far healthier and long-lived populations if we said no to psychiatric drugs. Now, violence submitted to the FDA reports of that. 400 of them were homicide, and look that antidepressants, sedatives, hypnotics like benzos, ADHD drugs were particularly often reported among the reports of violence and murder. These drugs seem to be dangerous. Now, an Australian forensic psychiatrist studied 10 people that had mutations in their liver, which I think roughly 10% of people have, which gives them a wrong concentration of antidepressants in their blood. And look what happened. First of all, antidepressants are used for all kinds of foolish, non-existing reasons, like sister had a car crash, husband was drinking, I had difficulty with relations, or anxious about not making enough money. That's not an indication for an antidepressant drug. And what happened? Well, killed teenage daughter in toxic delirium after 3 days, violent akathisia predisposes to murder for 14 days, killed father 4 days after he ran out of pills. Abstinence symptoms. These people are not themselves. They act in out-of-character fashion. And it goes on like that. You don't need to see all of this. It's very, very sad. Harassment at work, you don't use antidepressants for that. All 10 people were able to stop taking antidepressants, often against their doctor's advice. Despite these horrendous acts, the doctors still lived in their fantasy world and felt these drugs are good for you. They were against them coming off them. But they did come off them, and what happened? They actually became themselves. This is a very, very sad story about what we are doing to people with our drugs. So, Bob mentioned this briefly, that there are these so-called withdrawal studies where people have been treated successfully and then you randomize to placebo or to continued treatment. And these studies are seriously flawed. It cannot be said often enough, because you introduce a cold turkey in the placebo group. Some people in schizophrenia trials have committed suicide when they were exposed to a cold turkey. And these suicides were not reported in the trial publications. They were gone. This study has already been mentioned. This is the only one I know about where there was a long follow-up after a randomized phase, and you know that in schizophrenia, more people had actually recovered if you reduce the dose or stopped altogether. And actually, 11 had stopped in the dose reduction group, only 6 in the active maintenance group, and also they used more drug in the maintenance group, and yet the result was better in the drug with discontinuation group. Now, a little about psychiatric deaths. I have tried to estimate how many people do these drugs kill. It's not easy. The randomized trials are totally unreliable. Therefore, I used randomized trials in dementia, arguing with myself, these old people likely were not in antipsychotic treatment before they received one. So no abstinence symptoms. And what did that show? It showed that if you treat 100 people with dementia with an antipsychotic drug for a few weeks, you kill one of them, compared to placebo. For the other drugs, I didn't have good randomized trial evidence, so I needed to find good observational studies. So you can criticize my estimates, but these are the best I have. In those aged 65 or above, more than 500,000 deaths annually in the USA and Europe. This makes psychiatric drugs the third leading cause of death after heart disease and cancer. Isn't it time that we do something? And likely all drugs can cause chronic brain damage, and they often lead to addiction. And what I call psychiatrist silverbacks on drug company payroll have helped the companies hook more than 1 million patients worldwide on drugs most of them didn't need. And when problems arise, they typically say, blame the disease, never the pills. So antidepressants, don't use them. ADHD drugs, don't use them. They are harmful. Anti-dementia drugs, don't use them. Even in these flawed, non-blinded trials, the effect is so small that it has no clinical relevance. And they have a lot of harms, these drugs, so they shouldn't be used. Antipsychotics, 8% of current usage at most. I've actually come to the point where I say, why not drop them all together? Because if you have an acute painful psychosis, benzodiazepines are good drugs. They calm people down faster than antipsychotics do in randomized trials. These trials are not very good, but there are 14 of them in a Cochrane review. So I'm not sure we even need antipsychotics. Throw them out to the fishes. Oh, then people will eat the fishes, I know, but so I think we need only 2% of current drug uses at most. So we have an overdiagnosed and overdrugged population, and we have hundreds of thousands of deaths over the decades, more than 100 million mental and physical cripples over the decades. I cannot think of any bigger disaster on healthcare than psychiatric drugs. It doesn't exist. It is incredible that the leading psychiatrists cannot see what they are causing. I just don't get it. So what do we need? We need detox clinics everywhere. We have far more legal drug addicts than street drug addicts. We need these clinics. There will be questions later. Didn't you hear that? We need these detox clinics everywhere. And we need psychotherapy. It actually is a good treatment that learns people how to cope with life difficulties. A pill just numbs your feelings. It takes away your thoughts. If it's an antipsychotic, you don't learn anything, quite on the contrary. So psychotherapy also seems to have better long-term outcomes than drugs, which is not surprising, as drugs have very poor long-term outcomes. And then we should ban forced admission and forced treatment in all nations. International convention. No. Could you please? No. I want you to leave the room now. Please. I want you. Could you escort? Could you escort that?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to ask you to hold it down until we have questions. I appreciate you're feeling quite emotional about what you're hearing. I understand that. Many people in this room will be as well. But in order to make things move smoothly today, we do need some kind of order. So if I could ask you just to hold it back till questions, we'd really appreciate that. Okay? Thank you. Okay, please.
Forced admission and forced treatment cannot be justified scientifically. It's harmful. It can't be justified ethically. It's discriminatory towards people with psychiatric problems compared to other people with handicap. And it cannot be justified legally either, because you discriminate people in front of the law by having separate laws for people with psychiatric problems. And the United Nations Convention on handicapped people says clearly that all nations must ban all laws that allow forced admission and forced treatment. All countries in the world, as far as I know, have ratified this. No one, not a single country does anything, and we must work on this with our politicians. It's only Could you please leave the room, honestly?
No, I will not.
I was invited to speak. You were not invited to speak.
I'm a voice. I'm not just a patient, I'm a voice. I'm a person.
Right to protest.
I have a right to protest against this. Against humanity. This degradation against humanity, which is worse than the Holocaust. It is worse than the Holocaust. We need to fight to change the laws. We need to unite.
Okay, thank you. Look, thank you. Look, I did ask, please, we do need to get through the proceedings today. I understand you're emotional about this. Why don't you and I have a conversation about this after today's presentation? But I really would appreciate, for now, if you could please allow Professor Gøtzsche to finish his presentation, because, thank you, there are a lot of people in this room that really want to hear him today. So come and see me after, and we'll have a conversation, and hopefully I'll be able to address your concerns. Is that okay? Are we agreed? Yeah, okay. No, thank you, but are we agreed on that? Yeah, thank you. Okay, all right, well, we'll talk later. Sorry, Peter. Thank you.
I don't know how I can go on from here, because I'm being interrupted all the time.
Well, we've had an assurance you won't interrupt, haven't we? So, okay, let's stick with that. And Peter, if you can, we really appreciate you continuing.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is one thing I want to work on, and I gave my first talk on forced admission 2 days ago at a similar meeting in Copenhagen. I have a strong chapter in my new book about banning forced admission. There are very strong arguments for banning it. It's only when you send soldiers to war that you do something against their will that might kill them. And in psychiatry, we cannot allow this to happen. And I have a website where I publish various things where you can follow what I try to achieve. So it's called Deadly Medicines. And now I will end by showing you what I was sent yesterday by an Australian friend. And I know the father of this person, whom I met in Australia. He wanted me to read this aloud, the father. My name is Garth Daniels. I live in Melbourne, Australia. Over many years, I've been so-called treated involuntarily at several Monash University teaching hospitals. My prescription drugs were mostly administered over and above the manufacturer's recommendations. That's because they don't work, and then people increase the dose. I also experienced was a manifestation of violent akathisia, where you cannot sit still. In November 2014, I was shackled in a 4-point restraint to a bed for 69 days. This is torture. My prescriptions were a combination of drugs which including 80 milligrams of Valium, diazepam per day. In May 2015, I was again shackled for 45 days and more polypharmacy coupled with intramuscular injections. On 22nd August 2015, I was given the first of 9 electroshock treatments without my consent. Electroshock doesn't work for schizophrenia. After which I was released from restraint. I desperately want to taper off these horrible drugs that have caused me permanent brain damage. I regard my treatments as a crime against humanity. Now they want to give me clozapine, which is also a dangerous drug, for which I have refused consent. I have 2 questions. Does anybody know a good international human rights lawyer? I have no alternative but to take my case to the International Court of Justice in The Hague. His father has studied law in order to discuss with the lawyers that have been flabbergasted about this person having a father that knew the law better than they did. But still he hasn't won in Australia. I regard my treatment as state-sanctioned torture. I would like to be treated in a drug detox center. I cannot find one in Australia. How do we start one? There are thousands of Australians in my position. The last things I want to say before I stop is that general practitioners are those who prescribe most psychiatric drugs, 80 to 90%. The psychiatrists don't even know how to use them safely. So what about the GPs? They know even less. So one of my proposals is to put a ban on GPs and any other doctors and psychiatrists using psychiatric drugs. That would mean a dramatic decrease in the usage of these drugs and a much healthier population. They are far too dangerous to leave to GPs. And paper in the Daily Mail 3 days ago. And I collaborated with a journalist, Jerome Byrne, who is here today, I was told. And I think it was Byrne who introduced this ending of my article, which I happily accepted, that we have now launched a war against psychiatric drugs. And this war against drugs is incredibly much more important than a war against narcotics, because very few people die because of narcotics compared to all those we kill with psychiatric drugs. So let us not focus so much on street drugs in the coming years, but on psychiatric drugs. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you ever so much, Peter.
I have one thing I want to say to begin with. You lady up there who interrupted me, you gave an apology. Now I will give an apology to you, because the reason you interrupted me might be because psychiatric drugs have destroyed something for you.
They have destroyed my life, my son, my brother, my uncle.
Yes.
I destroyed
Yes.
my cousin. These aren't just statistics. These aren't just patients. These are our flesh and blood. They are destroying our flesh and blood. Our loved ones. Our loved ones they are destroying.
Okay, we'll.
And this is why I feel so strongly about it.
Yes. Okay. Well.
I'm not crazy. I'm not brain damaged enough to say this. That this has to stop.
Okay. Well, look. Thank you for your comments, and let's move on. Let's move on to questions. So we have a first question over here.
Hi, my name's Katinka Newman. I come here in two capacities. One is as a filmmaker, but far more importantly, as someone whose life was blighted by antidepressants and antipsychotics for a year. Now, and I know a lot of you will be thinking, what, just a year? And I do know how lucky I was. My story started 3 years ago. I was going through a divorce. I went to a psychiatrist because I had sleepless nights. He gave me Lexapro. Little did I know, as I know now, that this and all antidepressants in rare but not that rare cases can cause a psychotic reaction. It started with akathisia, but then I became dangerous and started to hallucinate. I don't remember this, I took a kitchen knife, I stabbed myself. I then imagined that I had killed my children. I became totally delusional. I went to a private hospital who never realized why I was psychotic. They thought that I had psychotic depression. The psychosis stopped once I came off the Lexapro, but they insisted on putting me on a cocktail of antidepressants and antipsychotics. Within a few months, I was on 5. I became a total zombie. I put on 3 stone. I was unable to look after myself, care for myself. I had to have a 24-hour carer. I couldn't work. I couldn't leave the house. Worst of all, I was unable to feel any love or empathy for my children. This, which of course was lithium, their solution wasn't as magical as they promised. After a year, I was so ill, but luck was on my side. My private insurance ran out. The private hospital could no longer take me in. Funnily enough, I didn't have the money, the £6,000 to be there as a private patient. So I took myself to an NHS hospital, and I told them that I was going to kill myself unless they took me in. I knew that would get me sectioned. It also happened to be true. I was so desperate at that stage. They took me off all the drugs, and within 2 weeks of agonizing withdrawal, I was totally 100% better. Within weeks, I was back working, being a mother, etc. My question to you is that if I'd known then what I know now, which is that these drugs can be incredibly dangerous, they can make you psychotic, wouldn't have taken them. How can we get this message across? Because the key thing for me is that they don't work. And when I tell people this, they don't believe me.
No. Let me respond. Your account of what you have experienced is a wonderful one. It wasn't wonderful for you, but it illustrates exactly what is wrong with psychiatry. You alluded to almost everything that is wrong in psychiatry. And I will take some of them. Insomnia, it's bad medicine to prescribe antidepressants. No, they wait till it goes off, and then they see if they don't have a normal person in front of them. But, as you just said, if you're on a psychiatric drug and you develop a psychosis, then they don't say, let's taper this first drug and see whether you're normal. No, they say, now you're also psychotic, and they add a new drug.
Yes.
This is bad medicine.
Yes.
You cannot come up with new psychiatric diagnoses in people whose brain is already deranged by other drugs, just like LSD and marijuana. And then you said something also, that you went through withdrawal in just 2 weeks. That seems pretty hazardous to me.
Absolutely, but I was very, very lucky, I think. I mean, they did take me through off all of them, and it may have been very dangerous, but I did get better.
Let me just say that the usual thing to do is to take one drug at a time, because otherwise you can't evaluate what happens. And the patient cannot usually evaluate him or herself. That's why you need family and friends who can say, well, you might think that you are fine, but you are not. We can say, see, you are very irritable and all other sorts of things. So you need people around you, one drug at a time, and then you take the next drug. In your situation, it should likely have taken many months, but you were lucky. You came out of it. But you know, there are people who have committed suicide and homicide because they got antidepressants for insomnia.
I understand. I would have done that.
There were filmmakers in Copenhagen at a similar meeting two days ago. So we will put up our whole meeting on YouTube. So this is a way of coming out to people and social media.
Okay. So we have a question at the back there. Melanie, do you have the mic? Oh, sorry, you've already got the mic over there. Okay, you go ahead and ask your question, please.
Yeah, I'm a 10-year survivor from the psychiatric system. My experience very much mirrors the previous speaker, but I don't want this to turn into a therapy session. I was on olanzapine for 3.5 years, and I took myself off, and I had absolutely no support. Within that time, I was harassed by the psychiatric profession, and I was put on trial twice. I went through 2 criminal procedures, and I said, I'm not taking these drugs anymore. I want my life back. It took me 13 months, and I did it, and it was enormous fun. However, I want to reframe the debate about the drugs not working. They're not fit for purpose, but they do work. They do have functions. I think it's a very serious mistake to say that the drugs don't work, because what we are currently looking at is a slow, socially acceptable, socially administered Holocaust that we will look back in time and think, how did we let those millions upon millions of people die and do nothing? The drugs do work. They're not fit for purpose, but they do have very serious implications for the human body.
Well, let me be straight here. The drugs do something, but what they do is not what you want. And psychiatrists and GPs cannot handle them. So that's why I wrote already 1.5 years ago that if they don't become incredibly much better at handling them and using them for very short periods of time, then mankind would be better off without any of these drugs, because they can't be handled. And I can't imagine any future where they can be handled with such a strong drug industry that lies both in its research and in its marketing, and people tend to believe in these lies.
Thank you. We have another question here. Oh, sorry.
Is this on?
Sorry if I... Okay. Thank you. We've heard from you quite a lot. Thank you.
Shall I start?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Would you like to ask your question?
You probably know that the Viennese satirist Karl Kraus once described psychoanalysis as the disease for which it believes itself to be a cure. And I thought much of what has been said this morning seems to apply to many of these preparations. And although I'm a psychoanalytically trained psychotherapist, I'm not sure about Karl Kraus, but as a patient, last year I was a cancer survivor, and I'd had serious surgery followed by a very bad infection, and after it I felt deeply upset inside, and I didn't want to go to one of my fellow analysts, so I went to the GP counsellor, for somebody just to talk to express my feelings to, which I did. She was a very kind lady. After 3 meetings, the GP and her prescribed antidepressants. Now, I think that's diagnosing normality.
I actually couldn't hear what he said.
Okay, well thank you for your comment. The gentleman in front, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Dave Traxon, educational psychologist, and I want to particularly focus just on anxiety level for children on the autistic spectrum. And I'm sure people in the audience know that this drug was subject to the biggest legal settlement in American legal history, where Johnson & Johnson were sued for $2.3 billion, not by private people, but by the American Justice Department for criminal injury, because they knew that the drug would develop lactating breasts in teenage boys because of monkey studies, and they buried the research.
Yeah. Well, some people feel it's a crime to use psychiatric drugs in children. Some people really feel that this is a crime. And to use antipsychotics in children, I would agree, this is a crime. You shouldn't do that. These are very toxic chemicals. You almost need to go to cancer chemotherapy to find something that is more toxic than antipsychotics.
Thank you. We've got time for just two very short questions. So the lady with your hand up with the glasses, just back there, please. Thank you.
My name's Brenda Creed. I have a daughter who has...
Could you speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
My name's Brenda Creed. Can people hear me? Yeah. My daughter has a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, and she's been within the psychiatric system for several years, but she's also had a long period where she was completely well and working a very high-functioning job. She was really, she did well during 10 years on no medication at all. My question is, if there's any research about those people who do not benefit from psychiatric medication at all. In my daughter's case, the only time it helps her is when she's initially high for a very short period of time, but she has been persistently put on very high doses of medication, which have been very damaging for her.
Thank you. Could you just, in a nutshell, to summarise
the question. Has there been any research which covers those people who really don't benefit from psychiatric medication, apart from, in my daughter's case, perhaps initially when she's very high, and in fact, the medication actually produces extra symptoms?
Yeah. Well,
in my daughter's case, I know this is anecdotal, but I just want, there must be other people like this.
I don't think it's necessary to look for that type of research, because we have so much research already that tells us that psychiatric drugs are harmful, and they are by and large unlikely to provide any benefit to people apart from calming them down in an acute phase of a psychosis or so. So I really don't think we need anything else than starting saying no to psychiatric drugs in general, and then in very few cases you can give people a benzodiazepine to make them sleep if they have been manic for 4 days or whatever, haven't slept. I mean, there can always be situations where you could use a little medicine. But this is very different from the disaster we have now.
Thank you. And one final short question. The gentleman here, the third row up. No, you, sir? Yes? With your hand up.
My name is Henry Chua. I'd just like to ask the professor how best to deal with the institutional situation where a patient wanting to come off the drugs. There will be the institutions
are of this type. I felt badly on the drug. I asked my doctor to come off it, but I was met with a hostile and arrogant attitude that I should just go on for years on this drug. So what we need is that people like psychologists and therapists and others are bold enough to help patients come off their drugs. I know there are legal issues, but they don't need to de-prescribe the drugs. If a patient consults a psychiatrist and says, I want to come off my drug, but my psychiatrist or GP won't help me, I mean, a psychologist is entitled to discuss the patient's problems, is entitled to say there are books you can buy, there are internet guidance, there is Mind here in the UK who can help you, finding people who can help you get off the drugs, because we should never trivialize. It might kill you to have a cold turkey. So you need to take this very seriously, but it's also very serious if you're not helped by your usual doctor. Then you need to go elsewhere.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we all deserve a little bit of lunch now, so look forward to seeing you all back in this room at 2 o'clock. Thank you.